If these quiet journeys through the universe become a place you like returning to, you're always welcome to subscribe and stay with us for the next one. Tonight, there is nowhere we need to be, no destination waiting for us. And eventually, after an enormous amount of time, we appeared, a small species, on one small planet, around one ordinary star, inside one galaxy, among countless others, and somehow we became capable of asking a very unusual question. How long could we survive? It is a strange question to ask while sitting beside a fire, because survival feels very immediate. When we think about one person, we think about breathing, eating, finding shelter, staying warm, protecting ourselves from danger. But when we say humanity, the scale changes. We are no longer talking about one life. We are talking about generations, thousands of generations, perhaps millions. We are talking about a story that began long before any of us were born, and might continue long after every person alive today is gone. And that makes the question much harder, because no one knows how much time our story has left. We know where our story has been. We can look backward. We can study ancient bones. We can uncover old settlements. We can read inscriptions left by people who lived thousands of years ago. We can follow the gradual development of tools, language, agriculture, cities, science, and technology. The past leaves traces. The future does not. The future is still dark. And perhaps there is something strangely beautiful about that. Because for all our knowledge, we are still standing at the beginning of an unknown road. We do not know what humanity will look like 1,000 years from now. We do not know whether our civilization will resemble anything familiar. We do not know whether our descendants will still live primarily on Earth. We do not know whether they will travel between worlds, and we do not know whether the word humanity will even mean the same thing to them. But before we travel that far into the future, we should pause for a moment and ask what we actually mean by survival. If a person lives for 80 years and then dies, we do not say that humanity has failed to survive. Of course not. The individual life ends, but other lives continue. Children are born. Families continue. Knowledge is passed forward. The story moves into another generation. So perhaps survival is not about keeping every individual alive forever. Perhaps it is about continuity, a thread that does not break completely, even while everything along that thread changes. Think about a fire. The flame you see now is not exactly the same flame you saw a few moments ago. The wood changes, the shape changes, the light changes, and yet you still recognize it as the same fire. Perhaps humanity is something like that. People are born, people disappear, cultures change, languages evolve, cities rise, cities fall, and still something continues. A memory, an idea, a tradition, a piece of knowledge, a way of understanding the world. One generation receives these things and then passes them to the next. Sometimes they change them. Sometimes they improve them. Sometimes They forget them and rediscover them later. But the chain continues. For thousands of years, human beings have been doing this. Someone discovered how to control fire. Someone else learned how to shape stone. Someone watched the seasons carefully enough to understand when crops should be planted. Someone looked at the stars and recorded their movements. Someone invented a new way to preserve information. Someone else built upon it. And eventually, all of those small discoveries became part of the world we live in now. None of us created civilization alone. We inherited it. We arrived in the middle of a story. And one day, we will leave that story to people who have not yet arrived. That is one of the strangest things about being human. We live inside time, but we can imagine ourselves beyond it. We can think about people who do not yet exist. We can build things that are intended to last longer than our own lives. We can preserve knowledge for future generations. We can make decisions today because of what we believe might happen hundreds of years from now. A person sitting beside a fire can look into the flames and imagine someone else sitting beside another fire centuries from now. Perhaps that person will know our names. Perhaps they won't. Perhaps they will study our time in history books. Perhaps our civilization will seem ancient to them. Perhaps they will look back at our first spacecraft, our first telescopes, our first attempts to understand the universe, and see us as people standing at the very beginning of something enormous. Or perhaps they will never get the chance. That possibility is difficult to ignore because survival is never guaranteed. Earth has never promised that any particular species would remain forever. Life itself has survived enormous changes, but individual species have not. Some existed for millions of years, some for far less. The dinosaurs ruled the planet for an extraordinary length of time, and still, their story changed. The world changed around them. Most disappeared. Life continued. The planet continued. New forms appeared. And, eventually, we were here. That history should make us humble. Humanity is not outside the natural world. We are part of it. We are subject to the same physical universe as everything else. Gravity still holds us to the ground. Stars still control the larger environment of our planet. Asteroids still cross the solar system. Volcanoes can still erupt. The climate can still change. And the universe itself continues to evolve around us. But there is one unusual difference. We can think about these things before they happen. We can observe, we can measure, we can prepare, we can imagine possible futures and choose between them. That does not mean we can control everything. We cannot. There will always be events beyond our ability to predict or prevent. But the ability to think ahead changes the relationship between humanity and the future. For most of Earth's history, life simply responded to whatever happened. A species faced a changing environment and either adapted or disappeared. Human beings still do this, but now we can sometimes see the change coming. We can study the sky for objects that might one day approach Earth. We can watch the atmosphere. We can monitor the sun. We can study volcanoes. We can examine ecosystems. We can search for weaknesses in the systems that support civilization. And when we discover a problem, we can ask what might be done about it. That ability is still young, very young, but perhaps it is one of the reasons the question of humanity's survival is so fascinating. For the first time, a species is capable of thinking consciously about its own long-term existence. Not simply surviving the next winter, not simply finding food for the next day, but thinking about centuries, millennia, perhaps even millions of years. Imagine what that means. A human being may live for less than a century, but can think about a world that will exist thousands of years from now. We can imagine future generations walking beneath a different sky. We can imagine different continents, different cities, different technologies, different cultures. We can even imagine descendants who no longer look exactly like us. And that raises another question. If humanity changes enough, at what point would we say that humanity has become something else? Suppose people thousands of years from now speak languages we cannot understand. Suppose their bodies are different. Suppose they live in environments completely unlike Earth. Suppose their technology is woven into nearly every part of their lives. Would they still be human? Maybe. Perhaps being human is not about remaining unchanged. Perhaps it is about carrying something forward. A memory, a history, a capacity for curiosity, a connection to the people who came before, a desire to understand, a desire to continue. We do not have to know the exact answer. For now, we can simply recognize that survival can take many forms. A person can survive through their children. A culture can survive through its traditions. A civilization can survive by transforming itself. Knowledge can survive inside books. And an idea can survive inside another mind, long after the person who first imagined it is gone. In that sense, human survival may already be more complicated than simply staying alive. It may be about continuation, about passing something forward, about allowing the story to remain open, and perhaps that is why the future feels so mysterious, because there is no single path. Humanity could remain mostly on Earth. We could become increasingly capable of protecting our planet. We could build permanent communities elsewhere. We could eventually live on multiple worlds. Our descendants could become very different from us. Or our story could end much sooner than we hope. All of these possibilities exist somewhere on the horizon. None is guaranteed. And tonight, we do not need to choose between them. We are simply beginning our journey. For now, humanity is here. The Earth is still beneath our feet. The atmosphere still surrounds us. The oceans are still moving. The continents are still slowly drifting. The sun still rises every morning. And at night, the stars still appear. It is easy to forget how extraordinary that is. We are alive during a brief moment when a species on Earth can look upward, understand that the stars are other suns, and ask how long its own story might continue. Perhaps no one before us could have asked the question in quite the same way. Our ancestors could wonder whether their children would survive the winter. We can wonder whether our descendants will still exist thousands of years from now. The scale has changed, and with it, so has our responsibility. Because once we begin thinking about the future, we become part of the future we are imagining. The choices we make today will become part of the world that comes after us. Some choices will matter very little. Others may matter for a very long time. And perhaps that is the quiet lesson hidden inside the question of survival. We do not need to know exactly how long humanity can survive. We only need to understand that the future is not completely separate from us. We are already building it, one generation at a time, one discovery at a time, one decision at a time. And perhaps the most comforting part is that we do not have to carry the entire future tonight. That would be impossible. No single person can. We only carry our small part, the same way every generation before us carried theirs. They learned what they could. They passed forward what they knew. They made mistakes. They discovered new things. And then they handed the story to us. Now, the story is in our hands for a little while, and someday we will hand it onward. The fire in front of us continues to burn. The stars remain above us, and somewhere beyond this quiet moment, there are people who have not yet been born. They may live in a world we cannot imagine. They may look back at our time with wonder. They may know how our story continued. Or perhaps they may be the ones who begin an entirely new chapter. We cannot see them yet, but they are part of the question. Because when we ask, how long could humanity survive? We are really asking about all the generations that might come after us. We are asking whether the chain can continue, whether knowledge can continue, whether curiosity can continue, whether intelligence can continue looking into the darkness and wondering what comes next. And for tonight, we can leave that question open. There is no need for an answer yet. The universe is patient. The future is patient. And we can be patient too. Just sit here for another moment. Listen to the fire. Look up at the stars. And remember that humanity is still very young. Whatever happens next, our story has only reached one of its earliest chapters. And perhaps the most remarkable part is not knowing how it ends. It is knowing that, for now, it is still being written. The fire continues quietly. The night stretches on, and above us, the ancient stars remain, waiting for whatever comes next. For now, the fire is still burning beside us, and the stars are still above. We have been thinking about humanity, about how young our species really is, and about the strange fact that we can look into a future that no one has ever seen. But if we want to understand how long humanity could survive, we need to begin with the place where our story is happening. Earth, our home, the only world we have ever known. For most of human history, Earth must have seemed enormous. There were mountains that took days to cross, oceans that appeared to have no end, forests that seemed to stretch forever. And beyond the horizon, there was always another horizon. The planet felt almost infinite. Today, we know better. We know that Earth is a small world moving through an enormous darkness. A thin atmosphere surrounds it. Most of its surface is covered by water. And every human being who has ever lived has shared this same small planet. Every conversation, every war, every celebration, every civilization, every childhood, every dream has happened here. When we look at Earth from the surface, it is easy to think of it as something permanent. The ground feels solid beneath our feet. The sky appears to return every morning. The seasons follow one another. The oceans continue moving. The sun rises, the sun sets, and tomorrow usually looks very much like today. But from space, the picture changes. Earth becomes small, quiet, almost delicate. A thin blue layer surrounds a sphere of rock and water, and suddenly, the enormous scale of the universe becomes difficult to ignore. There is no visible boundary separating one human life from another, no line showing where civilization ends. From far enough away, all of our borders disappear, countries disappear, cities disappear. Even the largest structures humanity has built become invisible. There is simply Earth, turning slowly beneath the sun. And that image carries an important lesson. Humanity is completely dependent on a single world. At least for now. Everything we need comes from this planet. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we grow, the materials we use, the ecosystems that support us, even the atmosphere that protects the surface from much of the harshness of space, is part of this one small world. We sometimes speak about humanity as though we are separate from nature, but we are not. We are deeply connected to it. Every breath depends on an enormous system of biological and physical processes. Every meal depends on sunlight, soil, water, plants, animals, and countless organisms that we rarely notice. Even the oxygen in the air is connected to life that existed long before us. Earth is not simply the place where humanity happens to live. It is the system that makes human life possible. And that means, when we think about long-term survival, we are also thinking about the stability of this system. That does not mean Earth must remain exactly the same forever. It never has. The planet has always changed. Climate has changed. Sea levels have changed. Continents have moved. Species have appeared and disappeared. The atmosphere itself has changed throughout Earth's history. Life has adapted to these changes, sometimes slowly, sometimes dramatically. But there is a difference between a planet changing and a civilization being prepared for every possible change. Civilizations are fragile in ways that individual ecosystems may not be. A modern city depends on thousands of systems working together. Electricity, transportation, communication, food distribution, water treatment, agriculture, medicine, technology, and most of these systems depend on other systems. A disruption in one place can sometimes travel much farther than expected. That complexity gives civilization incredible power. but it also creates new vulnerabilities. Imagine a quiet city at night, millions of lights glowing beneath the darkness, people sleeping in their homes, cars moving along distant roads, hospitals continuing their work, servers quietly processing information, water flowing through underground pipes. Somewhere, food is being transported. Somewhere else, a satellite is moving silently above the atmosphere. None of these things seem connected when we look at them individually. But together, they form a civilization. A civilization is not just buildings. It is coordination. It is millions of people relying on systems they cannot personally see. And perhaps, one of the great challenges of long-term survival is learning how to make those systems resilient. Because humanity will face uncertainty, there is no way around it. Some dangers are natural. Some are created by humans. Some are predictable. Others may surprise us completely. We can prepare for some. We cannot prepare perfectly for all of them. And that is why survival is not simply about avoiding every disaster. It is about recovering when something goes wrong. A civilization that never experiences disruption would be impossible. A civilization that can recover from disruption is something we can imagine. Think about the human body. It is not perfectly protected from injury. It is constantly being exposed to bacteria, viruses, changes in temperature, and countless other stresses. Yet, the body has systems for repair. It responds. It adapts. It heals. Civilization needs something similar. Not perfection, but resilience. The ability to absorb a shock and continue. The ability to lose part of a system without losing everything. The ability to rebuild. The ability to learn from what happened. And, perhaps, most importantly, the ability to cooperate. Because no individual human being can protect civilization alone. One person cannot maintain the entire food system. One person cannot operate every power station. One person cannot monitor every asteroid. One person cannot understand every branch of science. Survival on a civilizational scale is inherently collective. It requires people with different knowledge, different skills, different perspectives, working toward a shared future. And that may be one of the greatest strengths humanity possesses. We are not the strongest animals. We are not the fastest. We are not the largest. But we can cooperate in extraordinary ways. We can build things no individual could build. We can preserve knowledge across generations. We can coordinate people who have never met. We can solve problems that would be completely impossible for one person alone. A telescope in one country can detect something in the sky, and scientists on another continent can study it. A spacecraft can travel across the solar system, while thousands of people on Earth contribute to its mission. A scientific discovery made by one person can become useful to millions. This ability to cooperate across time and distance may be one of the quiet foundations of our survival. And yet, cooperation is not guaranteed either. Human history contains both extraordinary collaboration and extraordinary conflict. We have built bridges together, and we have destroyed things together. We have shared knowledge, and we have hidden it. We have protected one another, and we have harmed one another. The future will probably contain some of both. So perhaps the question is not whether humanity will ever make mistakes. We will. It is whether we can learn faster than our mistakes accumulate, whether we can recognize danger before it becomes irreversible, whether we can preserve enough knowledge that future generations do not have to begin again, and whether we can remember that, despite our differences, we all share the same planet. That idea becomes particularly powerful when we look at Earth from space. From there, the planet does not look divided. There are no visible borders between nations, no political boundaries, no separate worlds, just one atmosphere, one ocean, one small world moving through darkness. Every human story is happening on the same sphere. And perhaps that is one reason space exploration has changed the way we see ourselves. When the first humans saw Earth from above, they experienced something no previous generation could experience in quite the same way. The planet became an object, something that could be seen as a whole, a world, rather than a collection of separate places. And once you see Earth that way, it becomes difficult to forget how small it really is. The universe is enormous. The Earth is not. And yet, this small world has produced something extraordinary: life, and eventually, consciousness, and eventually, a species capable of looking back at its own planet and realizing how precious it is. Perhaps that realization is still new. We are still learning what it means. Because if humanity is going to survive for a very long time, we may need to think beyond our own lifetimes. We may need to think beyond our own century, perhaps even beyond our own planet. But there is an important distinction here. Leaving Earth is not the same thing as abandoning Earth, and becoming capable of living elsewhere does not make this world less important. If anything, it might make us understand it more deeply. Imagine standing on another world one day, perhaps beneath a sky that looks completely different. The Earth would appear in the distance, small and bright, a tiny point of light. And somewhere on that point would be everything humanity had ever known. Every person, every city, every forest, every ocean, every memory, every piece of music, every story, every night, someone sat beside a fire and looked toward the stars. The farther we travel, the more extraordinary Earth may become, because distance has a way of changing perspective. Something familiar becomes precious when it is far away, and perhaps future explorers will understand that better than we do. They may leave Earth and eventually look back, realizing that the planet they once considered ordinary was one of the rarest things they had ever known. A living world, a world with oceans, clouds, forests, animals, and billions of human beings sharing the same thin atmosphere. But we do not need to travel to another planet to understand that. We can simply sit here, beside the fire, and imagine Earth from far away. A small blue world, floating silently in space. And then imagine how many things would have to remain possible For humanity to continue, the planet must remain capable of supporting life. Civilization must remain capable of recovering from disruption. Knowledge must continue moving between generations. People must continue solving problems together. And perhaps humanity will eventually need to become less dependent on a single world. That is a much larger journey, and we will get there. But for now, we can stay close to home. Because before humanity can dream about surviving among the stars, we need to understand the remarkable world that has carried us this far. This planet has already survived billions of years. It has endured changes we can barely imagine. And through all of them, life continued. Now, for the first time, one species is looking at that long history and wondering what comes next. The fire beside us burns quietly. The night remains still. And somewhere beneath our feet, the Earth continues its slow journey around the sun. We are moving through space right now, even while sitting perfectly still. The planet is carrying us. The sun is carrying the planet. And the entire solar system is moving through the galaxy. We are travelers, even when we feel completely stationary. And perhaps that is a comforting thought. We do not have to go anywhere tonight. The journey is already happening, all around us, all the time. And if humanity is lucky, perhaps our journey will continue for a very long time. Not because the universe owes us eternity, but because we learn how to care for the world that carries us, how to prepare for what we cannot control, and how to pass the knowledge forward. For now, the Earth is still beneath us. The fire is still glowing, and the stars are still watching from above. There is still time, and our journey is only beginning. For a moment, let's stay close to the present. The fire is still glowing beside us. The stars are still above us. And somewhere beyond this quiet night, there is a future that has not happened yet. 100 years from now. It sounds like a long time. For one human life, it is. But for a civilization, a century can pass surprisingly quickly. 100 years ago, airplanes were still a relatively new invention. Television had not yet transformed the way people experienced the world. There were no satellites surrounding Earth. No human had walked on the moon. And the idea of carrying a small computer in your pocket would have seemed almost impossible. Yet all of those things became part of ordinary life within a single century. So imagine someone sitting beside a fire 100 years from now, looking back at our time. What would seem strange to them? What would seem primitive? What would they miss? And what would they find impossible to imagine living without? We cannot know. But we can imagine the feeling of looking backward. A person in the year 2126 might look at photographs of our cities, our cars, our computers, our spacecraft, and see a world that feels both familiar and ancient. They might know our technology, but not our habits. They might speak languages that have changed. They might live in places that do not yet exist. They might wake beneath a sky filled with structures we have never seen. Or perhaps their world will be quieter than we expect. Perhaps many things will change slowly. because technology can transform incredibly quickly, but human beings still need many of the same things. We need places to live. We need food. We need water. We need energy. We need other people. We need meaning, and perhaps most importantly, we need a world capable of supporting all of those things. The future of humanity will therefore depend on more than inventions. It will depend on adaptation. Resources are part of that story. Every civilization depends on materials from its environment: water, energy, metals, food, land, and as populations grow and technology becomes more complex, the systems connecting those resources become more important. But scarcity does not always mean an immediate end. Human beings have repeatedly learned to use resources differently. We have found new sources of energy. We have developed more efficient ways of producing food. We have learned to recycle materials. We have built systems that allow enormous numbers of people to live together. And perhaps the next century will bring another series of changes we cannot yet predict. New energy systems, new ways of producing food, new materials, new forms of transportation, new ways of storing information. Some of these changes may be revolutionary. Others may be so gradual that people living through them barely notice. But together, they could reshape civilization. And perhaps that is one of the most important things to remember about the future. It rarely arrives all at once. It accumulates, one invention, then another, one discovery, then another. One generation grows up with something that the previous generation had never seen. Eventually, the impossible becomes ordinary. Think about how strange the modern world would appear to someone from 1,000 years ago. We can speak to someone on the other side of the planet almost instantly. We can see images of distant galaxies. We can send machines beyond the planets. We can detect objects moving through space. We can look inside living cells. We can change the genetic instructions of organisms. And we can store enormous amounts of information inside devices small enough to hold in one hand. None of this would have been obvious to our ancestors. And yet, to us, much of it feels normal. So perhaps the people living 100 years from now will feel the same way about technologies that we cannot imagine. They may not consider them miracles. They may simply consider them tools. And that possibility is both exciting and humbling. Because when we imagine the future, we tend to imagine better versions of the things we already know. Faster computers, better spacecraft, more advanced robots, more efficient cities. But the most important changes may come from things we do not yet have names for. Ideas that have not been discovered. Technologies that have not been invented. Questions that have not yet been asked. And science will have an important role in all of this. Not because science can predict the future perfectly. It cannot. But because science helps us understand the world well enough to recognize possibilities. It allows us to see patterns, measure changes, test ideas, notice dangers, and sometimes prepare for events that may not happen for centuries. That becomes especially important when we think about natural risks. The Earth is generally peaceful, but it is not completely predictable. There are forces beneath the surface, above the atmosphere, and far beyond the planet that can affect our world. Some are familiar, others are rare, and some are so unlikely that an entire human lifetime could pass without seeing one. But when we think in centuries, the picture changes. A rare event becomes more relevant when there is enough time for many opportunities for it to occur. Take asteroids. Most objects moving through the solar system will never come anywhere near Earth. The overwhelming majority pose no danger to us. But there are objects whose orbits bring them relatively close to our planet, and some of them are large enough that an impact would matter. That is why observing the sky is important. Not because an impact is inevitable, but because knowledge gives us time. A telescope quietly watching the night sky may not look like a dramatic defense system. There are no explosions, no countdowns, no great battles, just a mirror collecting faint light, and computers comparing one image with another. But that quiet observation can tell us where an object is, where it is going, and where it might be years from now. And sometimes that is enough, because there is an enormous difference between discovering a danger tomorrow and discovering it decades in advance. Time changes what humanity can do. If an asteroid were detected with only days of warning, our options would be extremely limited. If the same object were detected decades before a possible impact, the situation would be completely different. There might be time to study it, time to calculate its orbit more accurately, time to send a spacecraft, time to alter its trajectory by a tiny amount. And that tiny change could become enormous over distance. This is one of the strange lessons of orbital mechanics. You do not necessarily need to stop an object. Sometimes, you only need to make it miss. A small change made early can become a large separation later. And that idea represents something important about humanity's relationship with natural threats. We do not always need to eliminate the danger. Sometimes, we simply need to understand it early enough to move around it. Asteroids are only one example. The Earth itself contains other possibilities. Volcanoes can remain quiet for centuries and then awaken. Large eruptions can affect the atmosphere, the climate, and ecosystems far beyond the immediate area. Most volcanic activity is nowhere near that scale. Most eruptions are local or regional events, but the possibility of much larger eruptions reminds us that Earth is an active planet. It is not a machine that has been turned off. It is alive with movement. Deep beneath our feet, rock is slowly circulating. Tectonic plates are moving. Heat is escaping from the interior. The surface may look still, but the planet is constantly changing. And then there are events that come from even farther away. Solar storms. For most of the time, the sun simply shines. It rises, it sets. It provides the energy that makes life possible. But the sun is also an active star. It releases streams of charged particles and sometimes enormous bursts of energy. When these interact with Earth's magnetic environment, they can affect technology. Satellites, communications, power systems, navigation. A sufficiently strong solar storm would not destroy humanity, but it could remind us how dependent modern civilization has become on technology. A civilization can become extremely powerful and still be vulnerable to disruptions in systems it barely notices during ordinary life. That is why long-term survival is not simply about becoming more advanced. It is about becoming more resilient. Imagine a civilization that possesses extraordinary technology, but has built everything around a single fragile system. One major failure, and the whole structure collapses. Now imagine another civilization that is slightly less efficient, but has backups, multiple sources of energy, redundant communication systems, stored knowledge, independent food production, different places where people can live. That civilization may have a better chance of recovering. Efficiency is useful, but resilience is what matters when something unexpected happens, and the future will contain unexpected things. It always has. There is another distinction worth making. Surviving a threat is not the same as eliminating it. We often imagine survival as if success means preventing every dangerous event, but that is impossible. Asteroids will continue to exist. Volcanoes will continue to erupt. Storms will continue to form. The sun will continue to change. Earth will continue to move through space. We cannot remove all of these things from reality. What we can do is become better at living in a universe where they exist. That is a very different goal. Instead of building a world where nothing ever goes wrong, we build a civilization capable of recovering when something does. Instead of expecting certainty, we build flexibility. Instead of assuming the future will behave exactly as we expect, we leave room for surprises. And perhaps this is one of the most important skills humanity will need over the next century: adaptation. Not because the future will necessarily be terrible, but because it will be different. The world of 100 years from now will not be identical to ours, and it should not be. Change is part of life. The real question is whether humanity can change without losing the things that make civilization worth preserving: curiosity, knowledge, cooperation, memory, the ability to care about people we will never meet. Perhaps that is what survival ultimately depends on. Not simply having better machines, but becoming better at learning. A civilization that can learn from its mistakes has an advantage over one that repeats them. A civilization that can change its mind when new evidence appears has an advantage over one that refuses to adapt. A civilization that can cooperate during difficult moments has an advantage over one that fragments under pressure. And perhaps the greatest technology humanity will ever develop is not a machine. It is the ability to adapt together, to recognize that the future will not always be comfortable, but that discomfort does not have to mean collapse. Sometimes it simply means change. So imagine that future night again. A person sits beside a fire, just as we are doing now. Perhaps the fire is real wood. Perhaps it is something completely different. Above them, the stars remain, but the world beneath those stars has changed. New cities, new landscapes, new generations, perhaps new worlds. And that person looks toward the sky. wondering about the people who lived 100 years before them. People like us, people who sat beside fires, looked at the stars, and wondered what the future would become. They may never know how uncertain our time felt. They may simply inherit the results of our choices. The good ones, the bad ones, the discoveries, the mistakes, the knowledge, the things we protected, and the things we failed to protect. And perhaps that is why the future deserves our attention. Not because we should be afraid of it, but because we are already connected to it. Every generation leaves something behind, and eventually, someone else receives it. The fire beside us is still glowing. The night is still quiet, and the next 100 years, which feel impossibly distant when we think about them personally, are only one small step in the much longer story of humanity. A century from now, someone will still be asking questions. Someone will still be looking upward. Someone will still wonder what comes next. And perhaps humanity will still be here, not exactly as we are now, but still learning, still adapting, still watching the sky, still trying to understand how to continue. For tonight, that is enough. We do not need to know exactly what the next century will bring. We only need to remember that the future is not a single event waiting for us. It is 1,000 small changes, arriving one after another. And somewhere among those changes, humanity will make choices. Some will matter for a day, some for a generation, and perhaps some will matter for 1,000 years. The fire burns softly, the stars remain above us, and the next 100 years are still waiting in the darkness. 1,000 years is a difficult amount of time to imagine. Not because the number is complicated, but because our minds were never really designed to feel what 1,000 years means. 100 years already feels distant. 1,000 is something else entirely. And yet, if humanity survives long enough, 1,000 years will pass. Just as the last 1,000 years have passed. Just as the 1,000 years before them passed. Slowly, one generation after another. One childhood, then another. One city, then another. One language, changing quietly across centuries. So imagine, for a moment, that the fire beside us is still burning, but the year is no longer our year. Imagine that 1,000 years have passed. The night is still dark. The stars are still above. The earth is still turning beneath them, but almost everything else may be different. The people sitting around the fire may speak words we would not understand. Their clothes may look unfamiliar. Their homes may be unlike anything we have built. Their cities may stretch across landscapes that are now empty, and the technologies surrounding them might seem almost magical to us. But perhaps there would still be something familiar. Someone looking into the flames. Someone becoming quiet when the night arrives. Someone wondering about the stars. Someone asking what comes next. Because technology can change incredibly quickly, but some parts of being human may be much slower to disappear. the need for companionship, the desire to understand, the feeling of wonder, the fear of losing someone, the desire to protect the people we love, the simple comfort of sitting somewhere safe. While the world becomes quiet around us, perhaps those things will still exist, even after 1,000 years. Languages, however, may not. Languages are living things. They change whenever people use them. Words disappear, new words appear, pronunciations shift, meanings change. Sometimes, a language becomes so different from its original form that the people who once spoke it would barely recognize it. Imagine someone from 1,000 years ago suddenly hearing modern English. They would recognize that humans were speaking, but almost everything else would be unfamiliar. Now reverse the journey. Imagine someone from 1,000 years in the future, hearing the way we speak today. Perhaps our voices would sound ancient. Perhaps some of our words would survive. Others might exist only inside historical records. And perhaps entire languages spoken today would be remembered only by specialists. That is not necessarily a tragedy. Change is part of language. It is part of culture. It is part of civilization. The future does not have to preserve everything exactly as it is now. In fact, it probably won't. Cultures will change. Customs will change. Ideas will change. The things people consider important may change. Some traditions may disappear. Others may survive for thousands of years. And new traditions may appear that we cannot imagine. A celebration that does not exist today could become something millions of people participate in centuries from now. A place that is empty today could become one of the most important cities on Earth. And a place that seems enormous to us could eventually become a historical site. Perhaps someone in the future will stand among the ruins of one of our cities, the same way we stand among ancient ruins today. They may wonder what our lives were like, what we believed, what we feared, what we dreamed about, what we thought the future would look like. And perhaps they will be surprised by how much of our world seems strange. But they may also recognize something. People trying to understand their lives. People trying to protect their families. People trying to build something that lasts. People looking toward a future they cannot see. That part of the story may remain, and technology could make that future almost impossible for us to visualize. Imagine 1,000 years of accumulated scientific knowledge, 1,000 years of experiments, 1,000 years of engineering, 1,000 years of discoveries, building upon other discoveries. We tend to imagine progress as a straight line, one invention, then another. But over long periods, knowledge can compound. A discovery makes another discovery possible. That discovery creates a new tool. The new tool allows scientists to see something they could not see before. That leads to another discovery, and the cycle continues. After 1,000 years, the difference could be enormous. There may be technologies that feel completely ordinary to future humans, but would seem impossible to us. Perhaps energy will be produced in ways we cannot yet imagine. Perhaps transportation will become radically different. Perhaps medicine will be capable of treating conditions that are currently difficult or impossible to treat. Perhaps artificial intelligence will have transformed how people learn, work, create, and communicate. Perhaps machines will become deeply integrated into everyday life. Or perhaps some technologies we expect will never become practical. The future is rarely obligated to follow our predictions. That uncertainty is part of what makes it interesting. But there is another possibility, one that changes the meaning of survival itself. What if humanity is no longer living in only one environment? What if, by 1,000 years from now, there are communities living away from Earth? At first, they might be small, a scientific station, a research settlement, a habitat designed to support a limited number of people, perhaps on the moon, perhaps somewhere else in the solar system, and perhaps, slowly, those places could become homes, not just destinations visited for a few weeks, but places where people actually live. Imagine waking up on the moon. The world outside your window would be completely different from Earth. The sky would be black. The landscape would be silent. The sun would appear incredibly bright, and Earth would hang in the distance. A small blue world, beautiful, familiar, and impossibly far away. For the first people living there, Earth might still feel like home. They would have been born there, or their parents would have. They would remember its oceans, its forests, its clouds, its rain. They might miss the sound of wind. They might miss standing outside without a spacesuit. They might miss simply breathing the air. But after enough generations, something could change. A child born on the moon would not experience Earth in the same way. Earth would be the place their ancestors came from, a place they know through stories, images, and perhaps occasional visits. Their idea of home might be different, and that is a profound change, because humans have always defined home by where they live. A village, a city, a country, a continent. But what happens when there are several places that can be called home? Perhaps the word itself begins to expand. Home could mean Earth. Home could mean the moon. Home could mean a habitat orbiting another world. Home could become something less connected to a planet and more connected to the people who live there. That would be a major moment in human history, because survival would no longer depend entirely on one location. If everyone lives on Earth, then one planetary disaster could potentially threaten everyone. But if humanity is distributed across several independent environments, the situation changes. A catastrophe in one place would not necessarily end the species. A civilization with several homes becomes more resilient, not invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable, but more resilient, and perhaps that is one of the strongest arguments for eventually expanding beyond Earth. Not because Earth is disposable, quite the opposite. Because Earth is precious. And if humanity can build other places where people can live, then the existence of those places could become another layer of protection for the human story. Imagine a future in which a child grows up on Earth, while another child grows up beneath a dome on the moon. They may have different experiences, different skies, different routines, different ideas about distance, but they could still be part of the same civilization. They could still communicate, share knowledge, exchange art, exchange stories. Perhaps one day they would visit each other, and, for the first time, a human being would not be traveling from one country to another, or even one continent to another, but from one world to another. The journey might still be difficult. The distances would still matter. Space would remain dangerous. Radiation would remain dangerous. Life support systems would need to work continuously. Water would have to be recycled. Air would have to be maintained. Food would have to be produced. Every failure would matter. Living away from Earth would never become completely ordinary in the way living in a house is ordinary today. But over generations, people could become better at it. They could learn. They could build more reliable habitats. They could create better systems. They could understand how to raise children in artificial environments. They could learn how human bodies respond over very long periods away from Earth's natural environment. And slowly, the impossible could become routine. 1,000 years is long enough for something like that to happen. Not guaranteed, but possible. And perhaps that possibility changes the meaning of the question we began with. How long could humanity survive if humanity remains entirely dependent on Earth? The answer is tied closely to the future of one planet. But if humans eventually establish independent communities in different places, then the story becomes larger. Humanity becomes a civilization with multiple homes. The species becomes less dependent on one location, and perhaps that is the beginning of a much longer future. But there is something important to remember. Leaving Earth does not automatically make humanity safer. A colony could fail. A habitat could lose power. A settlement could become dependent on fragile supply chains. A community far from Earth could face problems that are impossible to solve quickly. Space is not a magical escape from the difficulties of life. It introduces new difficulties. In some ways, much harder ones. So, becoming a multi-world civilization would require more than simply building rockets. It would require learning how to create stable ecosystems, stable societies, and stable communities in places that were never designed for human life. That could take centuries, perhaps longer, but if humanity learns how, the consequences could be enormous. For the first time, the survival of our species would no longer be tied completely to one world, and perhaps, somewhere around that moment, humanity would cross an invisible boundary. We would still be humans, still descendants of people who once lived entirely on Earth. But we would no longer be only an Earth species. We would have become something broader, a civilization spread across more than one world. And perhaps that would be one of the most important changes in the entire story. Because once humanity has several homes, the question is no longer simply whether Earth will survive. It becomes whether civilization can continue. That is a much larger question, and it takes us beyond the next 1,000 years, toward a future where continents may look completely different, where descendants may no longer resemble us, and where the Earth itself begins to change in ways that unfold too slowly for a human lifetime to notice. For now, though, we can return to this quiet night. The fire is still beside us. The stars are still above. And somewhere, perhaps 1,000 years from now, someone may sit beneath that same sky, or beneath a completely different one, and wonder about the people who lived here before them. They may look back at us, just as we look back at ancient people now, and perhaps they will wonder how far the human story could go. Maybe they will already know. Maybe they will be living on another world. Maybe they will still be here, beneath the same stars. Either way, the story will have moved forward. One generation, then another, and for now, we can simply let that thought rest beside the fire. 1,000 years is a very long time. But in the history of the universe, it is still only a moment. And perhaps that is what makes the next part of our journey so interesting. Because if humanity can imagine surviving for 1,000 years, what happens when we begin thinking in millions? 1,000,000 years. It is almost impossible to feel the weight of those words. 1,000 years can still be connected to human history. We can look backward 1,000 years and find people, cities, languages, stories. 1,000,000 years is different. 1,000,000 years takes us beyond the scale of civilization and into the scale of evolution itself. So tonight, let's slow down. The fire is still burning. The night is still quiet. And imagine that the story continues, not for another century, not for another 1,000 years, but for 1,000,000, 1,000,000 years. By then, the world beneath our feet could be almost unrecognizable. Not necessarily destroyed, not necessarily ruined, simply changed. Because Earth is never completely still, the continents are moving, very slowly, a few centimeters each year, so slowly that no person notices. But over hundreds of thousands of years, those tiny movements accumulate. Mountains rise, mountains erode, oceans change shape, new coastlines appear, old coastlines disappear. 1,000,000 years from now, the map of Earth would not look exactly like ours. The planet would still be recognizable as Earth, but its geography would be different. And perhaps the landscapes we think of as permanent would have become memories. The forests would have changed. Rivers would have moved. Deserts could expand or retreat. Ice would come and go. Species would disappear. New species would appear. The living world would continue its enormous experiment. And humanity, if it were still here, would be part of that experiment. But perhaps humanity itself would have changed more than the planet. 1,000,000 years is an enormous amount of time for biological evolution. Look at our own past. Our species has existed for only a fraction of that period. Human history, as we usually think of it, is barely visible on this scale. Cities, agriculture, writing, science, All of it happened extremely recently. Even modern civilization is only a tiny moment. So what would a million years do to humanity? That is much harder to answer, because humanity might not remain biologically unchanged for that long. Evolution works slowly, but a million years is not slow. It is enough time for populations to change, especially if different groups live in different environments. Imagine humans living in several worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. People on Earth, people on the Moon, people in orbital habitats, perhaps people on Mars, perhaps people much farther away. Each environment would place different pressures on the body, different gravity, different radiation levels, different diets, different conditions, over extremely long periods. Those differences could matter. Humanity might begin to diverge, not necessarily into completely separate species, but into populations that are increasingly different from one another. And technology could accelerate this process in ways natural evolution never could. Future humans may have the ability to intentionally change biology. They might be able to prevent certain diseases, repair genetic damage, modify physical traits, perhaps even change aspects of human biology that we currently consider fundamental. We cannot know how far such technologies might eventually go. But if civilization survives for a million years, it would be difficult to imagine that human biology remained completely untouched. The people of that distant future, if we could meet them, might still call themselves human. But they might look at us and see something ancient, something like an ancestor. The way we look at early humans today, and perhaps they would still recognize something in us. The shape of our hands, the structure of our faces, the curiosity in our eyes, the same instinct to look upward. That would be a strange meeting. A person from today, standing beside a person from a million years. In the future, two humans, separated by an unimaginable amount of time. And yet, perhaps both would look toward the same stars. There is something comforting about that possibility, because change does not necessarily erase continuity. A tree can grow enormously and still remain the same tree. A river can travel across a continent while remaining part of the same river system. Perhaps humanity can change beyond recognition while still carrying something from its beginning. A memory of Earth, a fascination with the sky, a desire to understand, a need for connection. But a million years also forces us to think about another possibility. What if humanity is no longer the only intelligent species? Perhaps descendants of humanity create artificial minds. Perhaps machines become independent forms of intelligence. Perhaps biological humans and artificial minds coexist. Perhaps intelligence takes forms that we cannot imagine today. And perhaps the word humanity eventually becomes difficult to define. Does humanity mean biological humans? Does it include our descendants? Does it include artificial minds created by humans? Does it include beings that are partly biological and partly technological? The answer may belong to the future. But if our civilization survives long enough, these questions may become practical rather than philosophical. And perhaps that is one of the strangest things about imagining deep time. The future may contain questions we cannot currently ask, because the concepts themselves do not exist yet. 1,000,000 years ago, there were no human languages, no cities, no books, no telescopes. No one was wondering whether humanity could survive. The Earth simply continued. And then, eventually, we appeared. So perhaps the future will contain forms of existence that are just as difficult for us to imagine. Something may emerge from humanity that we cannot yet describe. And maybe that is not something to fear. Evolution has always produced things that could not have been predicted by the organisms that came before. Life changes. It experiments. It branches. It continues. But even if humanity becomes something radically different, there remains another question. Could civilization survive for 1,000,000 years? That may be harder than simply surviving biologically, because civilization depends on knowledge. Knowledge can be lost, cultures can collapse, technologies can disappear. History contains many examples of civilizations that changed dramatically or disappeared. 1,000,000-year civilization would need extraordinary resilience. It would need to survive wars, natural disasters, resource shortages, political instability, technological risks, and events that cannot be predicted today. It would need to preserve knowledge across enormous stretches of time. Imagine a library designed to survive 1,000,000 years. Not 100, not 1,000, 1,000,000. The materials would decay, languages would change, buildings would collapse. The meaning of symbols could be forgotten. Even the landscape around the library could change completely. To preserve knowledge for that long would require more than simply storing information. It would require continuously teaching it, updating it, copying it, translating it, protecting it, passing it from generation to generation. Perhaps future civilizations would develop systems specifically designed for this. Repositories scattered across different worlds. Knowledge stored in many forms. Multiple independent copies. A civilization that understands that memory is part of survival. Because if everything we know disappears, then a later generation may have to begin again. And perhaps that is one reason expanding beyond Earth could matter. A civilization spread across many worlds would have many places where knowledge could survive. If one world experienced catastrophe, another might preserve the story. If one society collapsed, another could continue. Distance would become a form of protection. Not perfect protection, but another layer of resilience. And perhaps, over 1,000,000 years, humanity could spread much farther than the solar system. The stars would no longer be distant points of light. Some of them could become destinations. Not easy destinations, not close destinations, but destinations. A civilization capable of surviving for millions of years might eventually develop technologies that allow travel between stars. Perhaps generation ships, perhaps advanced propulsion, perhaps technologies we cannot currently imagine. Again, we do not know, and we should be careful not to turn possibilities into promises. The universe does not guarantee that interstellar travel will become easy. distances remain enormous. Physics remains physics. Energy remains necessary. But 1,000,000 years gives civilization something we do not have today. Time. Time to experiment. Time to fail. Time to learn. Time to develop technologies that may require centuries of progress. And if humanity survives long enough, time itself may become one of our greatest advantages. Imagine our descendants moving slowly between the stars, a civilization no longer centered on one planetary system. Millions of years after the first humans looked into the night sky, the descendants of those first observers could be living beneath entirely different stars. Perhaps they would look back toward the sun and see it as one star among many, a place their ancestors once called home. The Earth would still be there, unless some natural event had changed it beyond recognition. But perhaps it would be protected, preserved, a kind of origin world, a place future generations visit, not because they need to, but because it is where their story began. Imagine someone standing there, millions of years from now. The landscape may be different. The cities may be gone. The people may be different. But perhaps the planet would still carry traces of our beginning. A quiet place, beneath an ancient sun, where someone looks upward and remembers. Maybe that is what survival ultimately means. Not remaining unchanged, but leaving enough continuity behind that the story can still be recognized. And yet, there is a much larger clock running in the background. The universe itself is changing. Stars are born. Stars die. Galaxies move. Planets form. Planets disappear. Even the sun, which feels so permanent to us, has a future. In roughly 5 billion years, the sun is expected to leave its current stable phase and expand into a red giant. That is far beyond 1,000,000 years. But when we think about the ultimate survival of humanity, we eventually encounter that horizon. The Earth will not remain habitable forever. Not because humanity necessarily does something wrong, but because stars themselves evolve. The universe changes, and every world has a history. That realization introduces a strange kind of perspective. Humanity could survive for 1,000,000 years, perhaps even much longer, and still, that would only be a small part of cosmic time. We could build cities, travel between stars, change our biology, create new forms of intelligence, preserve knowledge for unimaginable periods. And still, the universe would continue changing around us. There is no permanent place to stand. Everything moves. Everything evolves. Everything has a history. Perhaps that is why the idea of long-term survival should not be about finding a way to freeze the universe. It should be about learning how to move with it, to adapt, to change, to continue. The stars themselves do this. They are not permanent. They are processes. They form, burn, change, and eventually transform into something else. Perhaps civilizations are similar. They may begin in one form, become something completely different, and eventually give rise to something new. The important thing may not be preserving the exact shape of civilization forever. It may be preserving the ability to continue, to learn, to remember, to create, to wonder, to pass something forward. So imagine that million-year future once more. A quiet night, a small fire. Perhaps it is not even a fire anymore. Perhaps it is some technology we do not recognize. Perhaps there is no atmosphere outside. Perhaps the person sitting there is not entirely biological. Perhaps the stars above are not the stars of Earth. And yet, someone is still looking upward. Someone is still wondering. Someone is still trying to understand the darkness. That may be the deepest continuity of all. Not our buildings, not our machines, not even our bodies, but the question, what comes next? We asked it when we first looked at the stars. We ask it now, and perhaps someone will ask it 1,000,000 years from now. The fire grows quieter, the night becomes deeper, and the future stretches farther than we can see. 1,000,000 years feels impossibly long, but perhaps for a civilization that learns how to survive, it is only another beginning. The fire is still burning, and the night outside is still quiet. But if we stay with our journey long enough, something begins to change. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just slowly, almost imperceptibly. The Earth beneath us is moving through time. We often imagine our planet as something permanent, something that will always look roughly the same. The same continents, the same oceans, the same mountains, the same sky. But Earth has never been still. It only feels still because our lives are so short. A mountain can remain in almost the same place for thousands of years and still be changing. A coastline can move slowly. A river can change its course. A forest can disappear, and another can grow somewhere else. The planet is constantly becoming something new. We simply do not notice most of it. Imagine looking at Earth from above, and then letting the clock move forward. 100 years, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The changes would begin to accumulate, and eventually, the world beneath us would look different. The continents would have moved, not quickly, not dramatically, but enough. The surface of the planet is divided into enormous pieces, and those pieces are constantly drifting. They move only a little each year, but given enough time, small movements become enormous distances. 1,000,000 years from now, the map of Earth would not be identical to ours. And if we could somehow watch the planet across tens of millions of years, the changes would become even more remarkable. Continents would come together, separate, and move again. Oceans would open and eventually close. Mountains would rise and slowly be worn down. The surface of Earth would continue its quiet dance. No person would notice it happening. No single generation would feel the whole movement. And yet, the planet would keep changing beneath every generation that lived upon it. There is something strangely calming about that, because it reminds us that the world has never belonged to one moment. It belongs to time. We are simply passing through it. The landscapes we know, the forests, the beaches, the mountains, the cities, are temporary arrangements in a much older story. Even the climate changes. Earth has experienced periods of great warmth and periods when enormous portions of the planet were covered in ice. The climate system responds to many different influences. The atmosphere changes. The oceans change. The position of continents changes. The amount of sunlight reaching different regions changes. And over very long periods, the planet can become a very different place. For life, this means constant adaptation. Species appear. Species disappear. Some survive dramatic changes. Others do not. New ecosystems form. Old ecosystems vanish. A world that once belonged to one collection of creatures eventually belongs to another. That is how Earth has always worked. And humanity, if it remains here for long enough, will be part of that changing story. But there is something unusual about our species. We are beginning to understand that the planet itself has a future. Not just our future. Not just the future of civilization. Earth's future. And, eventually, even the sun's future. The sun feels permanent. Every morning, it appears. Every evening, it disappears beyond the horizon. It has been doing this for billions of years. From our perspective, it seems almost eternal. But the sun is a star, and stars change. Very slowly, but inevitably. The sun is gradually becoming more luminous as it ages. The difference over a human lifetime is far too small to notice. Even across many generations, the change is subtle, but over hundreds of millions and billions of years, the difference becomes significant. And that means that Earth's long-term future is not completely independent of the sun. The planet that gave us life is orbiting a star that is itself changing. Eventually, that change will matter. Long before the sun becomes a red giant, Earth's environment is expected to become increasingly difficult for complex life as the sun grows brighter. The oceans, the atmosphere, the climate, the entire balance that allows today's ecosystems to exist will eventually be affected. This is not tomorrow's problem. It is not even a problem for the next few thousand years. It belongs to a future so distant that human history becomes almost meaningless beside it. And yet, if humanity were somehow still here, it would matter. That is one of the strange things about thinking on cosmic timescales. 1,000,000 years feels impossibly long, but 1,000,000,000 years is longer still, and 1,000,000,000 years is still only a chapter in the history of a star. So if we imagine humanity surviving for extremely long periods, we eventually reach a point where Earth itself becomes part of the question. How long can humanity remain here? Not because we destroy the planet, not necessarily, but because planets have their own lifetimes. The Earth that created us will not remain exactly the same forever. The world changes. The sun changes. And eventually, the conditions that allowed complex life to flourish will become harder to maintain. There is something almost poetic about that. Earth carried life for billions of years. It allowed oceans to form. It allowed continents to rise. It allowed forests to spread. It allowed animals to evolve. It allowed human beings to appear and, eventually, to look upward. But Earth was never designed specifically for us. It does not belong to humanity. We are one part of its history. And, perhaps, that is why the idea of leaving Earth becomes more meaningful when we think about deep time, not as an escape from a ruined planet, but as a continuation of the journey. If humanity survives for billions of years, then eventually we may have to live somewhere else. Perhaps on another planet. Perhaps in artificial habitats. Perhaps around other stars. Maybe something we cannot imagine today. But there is an important difference between saying, Earth will eventually become difficult for life, and saying, Earth is doomed. The timescales are so enormous that there is no reason to think of the distant future with fear. The Earth has an extraordinary amount of time ahead of it. Life has an extraordinary amount of time ahead of it. And humanity, if it survives, has time to learn, time to adapt, time to explore, time to discover possibilities that do not yet exist. The important part is simply understanding that nothing stays fixed forever. Not civilizations, not species, not planets, not stars. Everything moves through time. And perhaps that is one of the most important lessons for a species that wants to survive for a very long time. We cannot depend on permanence. We have to depend on adaptation. Imagine a civilization that understands this. It does not expect Earth to remain unchanged. It does not assume that one planet will always be enough. It looks ahead. It studies the sun. It studies the planets. It studies distant worlds. It learns how life behaves in different environments. It experiments, slowly, carefully, without abandoning the world that created it. Perhaps one day, that civilization begins building homes beyond Earth, not because Earth has become unlivable, but because humanity has learned that survival becomes stronger when there is more than one place to live. At first, the new homes may be fragile, small, artificial, dependent on technology, but over centuries, they could become more capable, and eventually, humanity could become a species with many homes. That thought takes us toward the next stage of our journey, because once we begin imagining a future beyond Earth, we are no longer asking only how long humanity can remain on its home world. We are asking what happens when humanity becomes a spacefaring civilization. What would it mean for a child to be born somewhere other than Earth? What would it feel like to grow up beneath a sky that is not blue? What would home mean to someone who has never stood beside an ocean? What would it mean to look at Earth from millions of kilometers away and call it the place where your ancestors began? These questions may sound like science fiction now, but on the scale of millions or billions of years, they become possible questions, and perhaps one day someone will answer them. For now, the Earth is still here. The oceans are still moving. The continents are still drifting. The sun is still shining, and the night sky is still above us. we can sit beside this fire and remember something very simple. We are living on a moving world, inside a changing solar system, around a changing star. Nothing is completely permanent, and yet, that does not make existence meaningless. Perhaps it makes it more precious. A forest is beautiful partly because it changes. A sunset lasts only a short time. A human life is temporary, and still, we value it. Maybe the same is true of worlds. Earth will not remain exactly as it is forever, but for now, it is here. It is warm. It is alive. It carries us. And somewhere beneath the atmosphere, someone is sitting beside a fire, looking toward the stars, and wondering how much farther the human story might go. Perhaps farther than the Earth, farther than the solar system. Perhaps one day, farther than we can currently imagine. But before we travel that far, we have to imagine the first step, the moment when a human being is born away from Earth, a person who looks up and sees a different world outside the window, a person for whom Earth is not the place they live, but the place their ancestors came from. And perhaps that will be one of the strangest moments in all of human history, because, for the first time, a human life would begin somewhere other than the world that created us. The fire continues to burn. The earth continues to turn. The sun continues its slow journey through time. And our story, slowly, begins to move beyond the world where it started. The fire is still beside us, but tonight, let's imagine looking at it from somewhere else. Not from another country, not from another continent, from another world. Imagine opening your eyes and seeing a sky that does not belong to Earth. There is no familiar blue above you, no clouds moving across the horizon, no sound of wind passing through trees. Outside the window, there is another landscape, silent, distant, alien, and somewhere beyond that landscape, far away, there is a small blue world, Earth, the place where humanity began. For most of our history, this would have been impossible to imagine. Human beings were tied completely to one planet. We could travel across its surface. We could cross oceans. We could climb mountains. But eventually, every journey came back to Earth. Space was always above us, but it was never a place where humans lived. That began to change when we learned how to leave the ground. At first, only for moments, then minutes, then hours. Eventually, people began living in orbit. And with every mission, the boundary between Earth and space became a little less absolute. But reaching space and living there are very different things. Space is not simply another environment. It is almost the opposite of the environment our bodies evolved for. There is no breathable atmosphere. Gravity is extremely weak in orbit. Radiation is stronger. Temperatures can change dramatically. Water cannot simply be collected from a river. Food cannot be grown in ordinary soil. Even something as simple as breathing requires technology. Every breath in space is part of a system. Every drop of water may have been recycled. Every meal depends on supplies, machines, and careful planning. And that is why the idea of permanent human settlements beyond Earth is so difficult. But difficult does not mean impossible. Humanity has already learned how to survive in environments that our ancestors never evolved to inhabit. We live in deserts. We live in polar regions. We build cities in places where the natural environment would be extremely difficult without technology. We carry our own shelters, our own food systems, our own sources of warmth. And, perhaps, one day, we will do something similar beyond Earth. The first permanent settlements may not look like cities. They might be small, quiet, highly controlled, a few buildings connected by tunnels, habitats protected from radiation, greenhouses glowing beneath artificial light, machines constantly monitoring air pressure, temperature, water, and energy. There might be no streets in the way we understand them, no open parks, no forests stretching beyond the horizon. Instead, there would be carefully constructed spaces designed to keep humans alive. And yet, people would live there. They would wake up, eat breakfast, go to work, talk to their families, study, laugh, sleep. Children might eventually be born there. And slowly, a settlement would become a community. That could be one of the most important transitions in human history, because visiting another world is exploration. Living there is something else. A visitor knows they are away from home. A resident begins creating a home around themselves. Perhaps the moon would be one of the first places where this happens. It is close enough to Earth to remain connected, yet distant enough to require a completely different way of living. The lunar surface is silent. There is no atmosphere thick enough to carry sound across open ground. The sky would remain black even during the lunar day. The landscape would be covered in dust and ancient impact scars, and above it all, Earth would appear as a distant blue sphere. For someone living there, Earth would become part of the sky, not the ground beneath their feet. The sky, that alone would change something about the human experience. For thousands of generations, our ancestors looked upward and saw the moon. One day, their descendants might stand on the moon and look back at Earth. The relationship would be reversed. The object we once watched from below would become the place where someone was standing, and Earth, our enormous world, would become the distant object in the sky. Perhaps that person would feel homesick. Perhaps they would feel proud. Perhaps they would feel both, because leaving Earth would not erase our connection to it. If anything, distance might make that connection stronger. Imagine someone born on the moon who has never stood beneath Earth's atmosphere. They may know Earth through stories, through photographs, through recordings, through the memories of parents and grandparents. They might hear about rain, and forests, and oceans, and the feeling of standing outside without a spacesuit. To them, Earth could become almost mythical, not because it is fictional, but because it is the ancient origin of their family. And perhaps that is how a second home begins, not with a flag, not with a single landing, but with a generation that no longer thinks of the place as temporary. The same could happen on Mars. Mars is much farther away and much more difficult. Its atmosphere is thin. Its surface is cold. Radiation is a serious concern. Water exists primarily as ice or vapor, rather than as the flowing rivers and oceans we know on Earth. And every human settlement there would need extraordinary technological support. But Mars also has something important: space, a great deal of it. Its landscape contains enormous valleys, ancient volcanoes, plains, craters, and places that have never been touched by human feet. Imagine walking there one day. Your footsteps would be the first. No ancient road beneath them, no city in the distance, only the landscape and the sound of your own breathing inside a helmet. And perhaps, in the far distance, a habitat, a small collection of lights where people live. That image is difficult to imagine, but it may be one of the most powerful possibilities in our long-term future. Because if humans establish permanent communities on multiple worlds, the definition of civilization changes. Civilization would no longer exist entirely on Earth. There would be different environments, different challenges, different communities. Some would live under Earth's atmosphere, others beneath protective structures. Some might live in orbital habitats, others on moons. Perhaps, eventually, some would live around other stars. And, with enough time, these communities could become increasingly independent. That independence would matter. A settlement that depends completely on Earth is not truly independent. If every important machine, every food supply, every replacement part must come from Earth, then the settlement remains connected to its origin. But as technology improves, perhaps communities could begin producing more of what they need locally, growing food, recycling water, manufacturing materials, generating energy, building habitats, repairing machines. Eventually, a settlement could become capable of surviving without constant support from Earth. That would be a major moment, not because Earth would become less important, but because humanity would become less vulnerable to a single planetary disaster. One world would become several, and several worlds could eventually become many. This is where the question of survival becomes especially interesting. If humanity remains on Earth, then the survival of our species depends heavily on the survival of one planet. But if humanity spreads outward, the risks become distributed. A disaster affecting one settlement would not necessarily affect another. A local catastrophe would remain local. Distance, which once seemed like humanity's greatest obstacle, could eventually become a form of protection. Of course, space would still be dangerous. A civilization spread across worlds could face new risks: communication delays, equipment failures, isolation, political disagreements, different environments, and perhaps conflicts between communities that develop different cultures over generations. Expansion would not solve every problem. It would create new ones, but it would also create something humanity has never had before. Options. If one place becomes difficult to live in, there could be somewhere else. If one community fails, another could continue. If one branch of civilization disappears, the story might still survive elsewhere. That is what makes becoming a multi-world species so significant. Not immortality, not invincibility, resilience. A civilization with several homes has more ways to continue, and perhaps that is the closest thing we could ever build to long-term security. Not a perfect shield against the universe, but a civilization capable of surviving change. There is another possibility too. The future may not involve large planetary colonies at all. Perhaps humans will live mostly in artificial habitats. Enormous structures built in space, designed specifically for human life. Inside, there could be forests, lakes, homes, cities, artificial gravity, controlled climates. People might live their entire lives without ever standing on a natural planetary surface. They would still be living in space, but their environment would feel more like Earth. Perhaps some future habitats would contain thousands or millions of people. They could travel around stars or remain in stable orbits. They could become worlds of their own. If that happens, then the idea of a planet as the only place where civilization can exist would disappear. A habitat could be a world. A spacecraft could be a home. A collection of habitats could become a civilization. And, perhaps, the distinction between planet and home would slowly disappear. Home would simply mean the place where people have created a life. That is a profound change. For most of human history, home was given to us. We were born into an environment we did not design. We adapted ourselves to Earth. But eventually, humanity may begin designing environments around human needs. That could give us enormous freedom. It could also create enormous responsibility. Because once we begin creating artificial worlds, we are responsible for what happens inside them. We would have to think about ecosystems, communities, resources, mental health, culture, children, education, how people maintain a sense of connection when they are separated from the natural world. The future of humanity in space may therefore depend on something more complicated than engineering. It may depend on psychology. Can human beings feel at home in places that are not naturally habitable? Can a child born beneath a dome feel connected to a world they have never seen? Can people maintain cooperation when communities are separated by millions of kilometers? Can civilization remain unified while becoming geographically enormous? We do not know, but perhaps we do not need to know yet. The first steps are always uncertain. The important thing is that the possibility exists. And if humanity continues learning, the boundary may move. First, we leave Earth. Then, we live beyond Earth. Then, we build homes beyond Earth. And eventually, perhaps, we stop thinking of space as somewhere we visit and start thinking of it as somewhere we live. That would be an extraordinary transformation. But even then, Earth would remain the original home, the place where the first humans looked at the stars, the place where every early dream of space began. Perhaps future travelers will return to it, not because they need to, but because they want to remember. They may stand beside an ocean, feel the wind, watch clouds move across a blue sky, and realize that these simple things, which once seemed ordinary, are incredibly rare. Perhaps, after living among the stars, Earth will feel more precious than ever. The fire beside us is still burning, and tonight, we are still here, on Earth, under the same sky our ancestors once watched. But the future may not always be this simple. There may come a time when someone else is sitting beside a fire, beneath a different sky, looking toward the distant sun, and thinking about the world where humanity began. Perhaps they will wonder how long the human story can continue. And perhaps, for the first time, they will not need to ask whether humanity can survive on Earth, because humanity will have learned something new, how to survive beyond it. The fire is growing quieter now, and our journey has carried us farther than any human life could travel. We have imagined centuries, thousands of years, millions. We have watched continents move, species change, and humanity slowly spread beyond its first home. But there is still a much larger horizon waiting for us, the far future, a time so distant that even a million years begins to feel like yesterday. Imagine looking back from that future and seeing our entire history compressed into a single moment. The first humans, the first cities, the first spacecraft, the first steps beyond Earth, all of it, a brief beginning. And perhaps, by then, humanity will no longer look like the civilization we recognize today. Maybe there will be many different branches of human civilization, some living on planets, some inside enormous habitats, some traveling between stars, some perhaps existing in forms that are partly biological and partly artificial. The word human itself may have changed, but somewhere inside that distant civilization, there may still be a memory of Earth, a small blue world, orbiting an ordinary star, the place where the story began. And perhaps, the further humanity travels, the more important that memory becomes, because distance changes perspective. When you live on Earth, the planet feels enormous. Oceans seem endless. Continents seem impossibly large. The sky seems to contain everything above us. But from space, Earth becomes small. From the moon, smaller still. From another planet, it becomes a distant point. From another star, it disappears into the background. And perhaps that change in perspective is one of the greatest gifts space could give humanity. The realization that the boundaries we create, countries, continents, cultures, even worlds, are not the boundaries of the universe. The cosmos is much larger, and the human story may eventually become larger with it. But the stars themselves are not eternal. They have lives. They are born, they shine, they change, and eventually, they die. Our sun has a long future ahead, but not an infinite one. Other stars will follow different paths. Some will live for incredibly long periods. Others will burn through their fuel much faster. The galaxy itself will continue changing. Stars will move. New stars will form. Others will disappear. The Milky Way will not always look exactly as it does today. And far into the future, our galaxy will encounter another enormous galaxy. The Milky Way and Andromeda are expected to interact and eventually merge over billions of years. The night sky of that distant era would be extraordinary. The familiar constellations would no longer look familiar. Stars would appear in new positions. The structure of the galaxy would change. The sky itself, from the perspective of a future civilization, would become something completely different. And yet, life could continue. Stars would still shine. Planets would still orbit them. And somewhere, perhaps, someone would still be watching. This is one of the strange things about cosmic time. The universe can change enormously, without everything disappearing at once. One star dies, another is born. One planet becomes uninhabitable, another world may remain calm. One civilization disappears, another begins. The story continues through transformation, and perhaps that is the pattern humanity will eventually learn to follow. Not trying to make one place last forever, but learning how to continue when places change. If humanity becomes capable of living around many stars, then the future of civilization could become extraordinarily long. Not infinite, but long. Perhaps millions of years, perhaps tens of millions, perhaps much longer. Each new star system would provide another environment, another source of energy, another place for life to continue. And over enormous periods, humanity could spread farther and farther. The first journeys between stars would probably be incredibly difficult. The distances are enormous. Even our nearest neighboring stars are unimaginably far away by human standards. But if civilization survives long enough, time becomes part of the equation. A journey that takes generations may seem impossible to us, but perhaps not to a civilization that measures history in millions of years. A ship could leave one star, travel for generations, and eventually arrive somewhere new. The people who arrive might never have seen Earth. Their grandparents might never have seen it. The world they came from could exist only in historical records, and yet they would still carry its story. This is how humanity could gradually become something new. Not a species centered on one world, but a civilization connected across many stars. Perhaps communication between distant communities would become slow. Messages could take years, decades, maybe even centuries. A conversation between two civilizations could become something very different from a conversation today. You send a message and wait. Your children wait. Perhaps your grandchildren receive the answer. At that scale, patience becomes part of communication. Civilization itself might become less centralized. No single place could control everything. Each world would have its own decisions, its own culture, its own history, its own interpretation of what humanity means. And perhaps that would be healthy. A civilization spread across stars could not behave like a single city. It would have to become more flexible, more independent, more capable of surviving without constant coordination. That could make humanity more resilient, but it could also make us more diverse. After enough time, different branches of civilization could become almost unrecognizable to one another. One might remain close to biological humanity. Another might embrace extensive technological modification. Another might exist mostly through artificial systems. Another might create forms of life that we cannot currently imagine. They might all trace their origins back to Earth, but their paths could diverge dramatically, and perhaps there would be no single future for humanity. There would be many. A forest does not grow as one tree, it branches. Perhaps civilization will do the same. One beginning, many directions, and maybe that is what survival actually looks like on the largest scale. Not one civilization remaining unchanged forever, but a family of civilizations, each carrying something forward. Some may disappear, others may survive. Some may transform into something completely new, and somewhere the story continues. Of course, the universe contains enormous dangers. Stars can explode. Radiation can destroy environments. Planets can become unstable. Asteroids can collide. Entire star systems can change. No civilization could eliminate every possible threat. The goal would not be perfect safety. It would be enough resilience, enough knowledge, enough distance, and enough diversity that no single event could erase everything. That may be the closest humanity could come to long-term survival. Not escaping danger, but becoming difficult to destroy completely. Imagine a civilization with homes around thousands of stars. A catastrophe could destroy one world. Perhaps another could lose its star. Another could disappear because of an internal conflict. But elsewhere, life continues. Knowledge continues. Children continue to grow. Someone still wakes up. Someone still looks at the sky. Someone still asks what comes next. The story becomes difficult to end because it no longer has a single center. Humanity would have become distributed across the cosmos. And, perhaps, this is where the meaning of survival changes completely. At the beginning of our journey, survival meant staying alive. Then, it meant preserving civilization. Then, preserving knowledge. Then, creating multiple homes. Far into the future, survival might simply mean continuation. The ability of intelligence, life, and consciousness to keep finding new places to exist. And, perhaps, that is enough. There is no requirement that the future look like the present. There is no requirement that humans remain exactly as we are. The universe itself does not remain unchanged. Why should we? Perhaps the deepest form of survival is not resisting change, but carrying something through it. Curiosity, memory, the desire to understand, the ability to create, the ability to care. Those things could survive, even while everything else changes. And perhaps Somewhere in the far future, a being descended from humanity will look toward a star and wonder where their story began. They may know the answer: Earth, a small planet around a small star, in one galaxy among countless others. They may study our history. They may know about the first spacecraft, the first astronauts, the first telescopes, the first people who realized that the stars were other suns. Perhaps they will look at our oldest records and feel something we cannot imagine. The feeling of being incredibly distant from your ancestors while still carrying their story. And perhaps they will understand something we are only beginning to understand now: that survival was never guaranteed. Every generation was temporary. Every civilization was fragile. And yet, the story continued. Someone always learned something. Someone always passed something forward. Someone always looked into the darkness and decided to keep going. The fire beside us is almost gone now. The night is deep, and our journey has reached a place where numbers begin to lose their meaning. 1,000 years, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000. The mind cannot truly picture these spans of time, but perhaps we do not need to. We only need to imagine one small scene. Someone, somewhere, in the distant future, sitting quietly, looking toward the stars, and wondering, what comes next? The same question we asked tonight, the same question our ancestors asked thousands of years ago, the same question that may continue long after our names are forgotten. And perhaps that question itself is one of the things that makes humanity what it is. We do not know how long the story will last. We cannot see the final page. Maybe there is no final page. Maybe the story simply changes form, again and again and again. For now, the universe is still here. The stars are still shining. Earth is still beneath us. And humanity still has time. More time than one lifetime. More time than one generation. Perhaps even more time than we can imagine. So let the thought rest quietly for a moment. We do not know how long humanity will survive. But we know that survival has already happened for a very long time. Our ancestors survived countless nights. They crossed difficult landscapes. They endured changes they could not understand. They learned. They adapted. They passed something forward. And eventually, they became us. Perhaps the future will work the same way. One generation passing something to the next, then another, until the story becomes so long that no one can remember where it began, except perhaps for one small blue world. The fire is almost silent now, and perhaps this is a good moment to stop thinking about numbers. Not 100 years. Not 1,000, not 1,000,000, not 1,000,000,000. Just one moment, one quiet moment beneath the stars. Because after traveling so far into the future, we eventually arrive at a question that is much closer to us. What does it actually mean for humanity to survive? At first, the answer seems simple. It means staying alive. But the longer we follow the story, the less simple that answer becomes. A person can survive while their civilization disappears. A civilization can survive while its culture changes completely. A culture can survive while its language disappears. A species can survive while becoming something entirely different from what it once was. So perhaps survival is not a single thing. Perhaps it has layers. There is biological survival, the continuation of human life. There is cultural survival, the continuation of ideas, stories, music, traditions, and memories. There is technological survival, the ability to preserve knowledge and continue building upon it. And perhaps there is something even deeper, the survival of curiosity, the survival of the desire to understand. Because imagine a future civilization with incredible technology, but no curiosity. It could build enormous machines, travel between stars, control energy on unimaginable scales. And yet, if no one asks questions, the story could become strangely empty. Curiosity is what started our journey. Long before rockets, long before telescopes, long before science, someone looked into the darkness and wondered what was there. That question eventually became astronomy. Astronomy became physics. Physics became technology. Technology allowed us to leave Earth, and leaving Earth created new questions. What is beyond the next planet? What is beyond the next star? What is beyond the next galaxy? The journey keeps creating questions. Perhaps that is why the future cannot really be predicted. We cannot know which questions will change everything. A question that seems unimportant today might become the foundation of an entirely new era. And perhaps that is why education and knowledge matters so much to survival. A civilization does not inherit only machines. It inherits understanding. Every generation receives a world built by previous generations, and then decides what to do with it. Some knowledge is preserved, some is forgotten, some is challenged, some is replaced, and sometimes a completely new understanding appears. That process is fragile, because knowledge can disappear. A civilization can lose its libraries, its laboratories, its institutions, its ability to communicate, its ability to teach. And when that happens, the loss is not only technological, it is cultural, it is historical, it is a loss of possibilities. Imagine discovering an ancient civilization and finding only fragments, a few tools, a few inscriptions, a few broken buildings. You could learn something from them, but you would never know everything they knew. Their discoveries, their conversations, their ordinary moments would be gone. Perhaps the distant future will look at our civilization in the same way. Maybe our descendants will know enormous amounts about us. Or maybe only fragments will remain. A few photographs, a few recordings, a few spacecraft, a few pieces of information stored somewhere beyond Earth. And perhaps one of those fragments will be this: a record of people sitting beside a fire, looking at the stars, and wondering how long humanity could survive. There is something beautiful about that possibility, Because it means that survival is also about memory. Not necessarily remembering every detail, but preserving enough of the story that someone in the future can say, "We came from somewhere. We were not the first. Others lived before us. Others wondered before us. Others tried. And we are here because they continued." That is one of the quiet responsibilities of every generation. We inherit more than we realize. We inherit languages, ideas, scientific discoveries, stories, infrastructure, knowledge, and a planet. None of it was created by us alone, and none of it belongs entirely to us. We are temporary caretakers. We receive something, and eventually, we pass it forward. Perhaps that is the most useful way to think about humanity's long-term future. Not as a race toward immortality, not as a competition to become the most powerful species in the universe, but as a chain, one generation passing something to the next, and the next passing something further. Sometimes the inheritance is damaged. Sometimes it becomes better. Sometimes it changes completely, but the chain continues. And perhaps that is what makes civilization possible. There is another part of survival that we have not talked about enough: cooperation. Human beings are not powerful because one individual can do everything. We are powerful because individuals can work together. A single person cannot build a spacecraft alone, cannot construct a telescope alone, cannot map the genome alone, cannot maintain a modern city alone. Civilization is collective. Millions of small contributions become something enormous. And the farther into the future we travel, the more important that cooperation may become. The challenges of deep space will be too large for isolated individuals. Protecting a civilization from long-term threats will require knowledge from many fields: astronomy, biology, engineering, medicine, physics, ecology, psychology, and perhaps disciplines that do not exist yet. The future may require us to become better at working across differences. Different cultures, different worlds, different communities, different ways of thinking. If humanity spreads across the stars, those differences will probably become greater, and cooperation may become harder, but it may also become more important. Perhaps future civilizations will learn that survival does not require everyone to be identical. It requires enough shared understanding to continue working together. That is a subtle distinction. Unity does not have to mean sameness. A forest contains many different forms of life. A healthy ecosystem does not require every organism to be identical. Perhaps civilization can work the same way. Different worlds, different cultures, different ideas, connected by a common recognition that life itself is worth protecting. And perhaps that is where our long journey finally brings us. Not to a specific planet, not to a specific year, but to a principle. If humanity wants to survive for a very long time, it must become good at adapting without forgetting what it wants to preserve. It must change without losing everything. It must explore without destroying its home. It must develop power without becoming careless with that power. It must learn without assuming that it already knows enough. And, perhaps most importantly, it must remember that survival is not simply about extending the biological existence of the species. A civilization can exist for billions of years and still fail in a deeper sense if it loses curiosity, compassion, or the ability to find meaning. Long life alone is not the same as a good future. That distinction matters because when we ask, how long could humanity survive, we may secretly be asking another question. How long could humanity remain something worth preserving? That question has no scientific number. There is no equation for it. No telescope can measure it. No computer can predict it. It depends on choices, the choices of people who do not exist yet, and that is perhaps the most hopeful part. The future is not completely predetermined. Some things will happen regardless of what we do. Stars will evolve. Planets will move. The universe will continue changing. But within those boundaries, there are choices, human choices. We can decide what knowledge to preserve, what environments to protect, what technologies to develop, what risks to take, what risks to avoid, who we cooperate with, what kind of civilization we want to become. The future is therefore not just something that happens to us, at least, not entirely. It is also something we participate in creating. And perhaps that is why the present matters so much. Because when we imagine the distant future, it is easy to forget that every distant future begins with an ordinary day. A person wakes up, goes to work, talks to someone they love, learns something, makes a decision. Another person does the same, and another. Millions of ordinary moments become history. History becomes civilization. Civilization becomes the foundation for another generation, and eventually, perhaps, that generation becomes the ancestor of someone living beneath another star. It is impossible to see the whole chain. No individual ever can. We only see our small section, but that does not make our section unimportant. A bridge is built from many pieces. No single piece is the entire bridge, but remove enough of them, and the bridge disappears. Perhaps generations are like that. Each one carries a small responsibility, not to control the entire future. That would be impossible. Only to leave something useful behind. A little more knowledge. A little more understanding. A little more stability. A little more care. Perhaps that is enough. And so, after everything we have imagined tonight, there is one final thought I want to leave beside the fire. Maybe humanity does not need to become immortal. Maybe we do not need to survive forever. Perhaps no civilization can. Perhaps the universe does not work that way. Everything changes. Everything eventually transforms. The important question may simply be, how far can the story continue? How many generations can pass the light forward? How many worlds can carry life? How many questions can be asked? How much can we learn before the universe becomes something completely different? We do not know. And perhaps we are not supposed to know. There is something peaceful about an unanswered question. It gives the future room to exist. So tonight, we can let the question remain open. How long could humanity survive? Maybe 1,000 years, maybe 1,000,000, maybe billions, maybe far longer than any of us can imagine. Or, perhaps, the story will end sooner. We cannot see the final page, but we can see the page we are on. And right now, humanity is still here. The Earth is still turning. The oceans are still moving. The sun is still shining. And somewhere, someone is still looking upward. That is enough. For tonight, that is enough. The fire is fading. The stars remain. And the future quietly waits. The stars around us seem permanent, but they are not. They only appear permanent because our lives are so short. A human life is measured in decades. A civilization may last for centuries, but stars measure their lives in millions and billions, and sometimes trillions of years. So if humanity somehow continues for long enough, the night sky itself will eventually become different. Not tomorrow, not next year, not even in 1,000 years, but slowly, quietly, over stretches of time so enormous that entire civilizations could rise and disappear without noticing the change. Every star you can see tonight is part of a process. Some are being born, some are growing older, some are approaching the final stages of their lives, and others have already died. We simply see their light arriving long after the events themselves. The sky is not a photograph of the present. It is a mixture of different moments in time. Every star is telling us something about its own history, and our sun is no different. It has been shining for billions of years. For us, it feels eternal. Every morning, the light returns. Every evening, it disappears. The rhythm is so familiar that it is easy to forget that the sun is changing too. Very slowly, the sun is becoming brighter, and eventually, far in the future, it will enter a completely different stage of its life. The sun will expand. Its outer layers will become enormous compared with its current size. It will become a red giant. Earth will no longer resemble the world we know today. Long before that final stage, the increasing brightness of the sun will already have transformed the planet's environment. The oceans, the atmosphere, the climate, the delicate conditions that allowed complex life to flourish will eventually become very different. So, if humanity survives for billions of years, our descendants will eventually face a simple choice: remain near the sun and adapt to a changing environment, or move somewhere else. Perhaps, by then, they will already have left. Perhaps Earth will have become a place remembered in history, the first home, the origin world, a small planet where the earliest humans once looked upward, without knowing that the stars would one day become destinations. And while the sun changes, the galaxy continues its own slow movement. The Milky Way is not static, it rotates. Stars orbit the galactic center. Gas clouds drift. New stars form. Older stars disappear. The entire galaxy is moving through space. From our perspective, it feels enormous and still. But from the perspective of deep time, it is a constantly changing structure. Imagine watching the Milky Way from far above its disk. At first, the view would seem familiar. A great spiral of stars, dust, and glowing clouds. But then, let time accelerate. 1,000,000 years, 10 million, 100 million. The stars would begin to shift. The spiral arms would change. Clouds would move. New stars would appear. Others would vanish. The galaxy would slowly rearrange itself, not unlike a living thing, except its movements would be almost impossibly slow. And somewhere within that changing galaxy, future civilizations could continue living, perhaps beneath other suns, perhaps on worlds that do not exist yet, because new stars are still being born, even after our own sun eventually changes. The galaxy will continue creating new stars from clouds of gas and dust. The universe does not simply replace one star with another in a neat sequence, but over enormous periods. The Milky Way remains a place where stars are born, live, and die. So, perhaps the end of the sun would not be the end of humanity. It could simply be the end of one chapter. A future civilization might already have homes around other stars. They might look toward the sun and see it as an ancient part of their history. Perhaps there would be museums, records, or stories about the world where humanity began. And perhaps some future traveler would return, not because Earth was still necessary, but because it was meaningful. They might approach the solar system and see the familiar star from a completely different perspective. The sun would look different. The planets would be different. The Earth might be almost unrecognizable. And yet, this would still be the place where the story began. But there is another enormous event waiting in the distant future. Something that has already begun, even though it is happening so slowly that we cannot feel it. The Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are moving toward one another. Their gravitational interaction will eventually bring them together. This is not like two cars crashing into each other. Galaxies are mostly empty space, even though they contain enormous numbers of stars. The distances between those stars are so vast that direct stellar collisions are extremely unlikely. Instead, the two galaxies will pass through and reshape one another gravitationally. Their structures will become distorted. Their stars will move into new orbits. Gas clouds may collide. New stars could form. And over a very long period, the two galaxies are expected to merge into a larger galaxy. The night sky of that future Earth, if Earth is still inhabited, would be extraordinary. Andromeda would no longer appear as a distant smudge. The sky could be filled with the changing structure of two enormous galaxies interacting. But there would be no sudden cosmic explosion, no single moment when everything changes. The process would unfold over hundreds of millions to billions of years. Slowly, quietly, almost peacefully, the stars themselves would continue moving. Most would never touch one another. The gravitational structure of the galaxy would simply change. It is strange to imagine, We tend to think of galaxies as permanent objects, but even galaxies have histories. They grow, they interact, they merge, they change shape, and one day, the Milky Way as we know it will no longer exist in exactly the same form. But that does not mean the stars disappear. The galaxy changes, while the stars continue. And perhaps humanity could do the same. Perhaps our civilization could survive, not by keeping everything unchanged, but by moving with the changes around it. A civilization living for billions of years would have to become comfortable with transformation. The sky would change, stars would disappear, new stars would appear. Planets would become uninhabitable, new worlds would become homes. Cultures would change, languages would change. Perhaps even the beings who call themselves human would change. The galaxy would be different, and humanity would be different. But the story could continue. Imagine someone living in that distant future. They wake beneath a different sky. Perhaps their world orbits a star that does not yet exist today. They step outside. Above them, the Milky Way and Andromeda are no longer separate galaxies. They have become part of one enormous structure. The stars are arranged differently. The constellations of our time are meaningless. No familiar pattern remains. And yet, that person still looks upward, still wonders, still feels small beneath the sky. That feeling may be one of the oldest things humanity carries. The universe changes, but wonder can survive change. Perhaps that is why the night sky matters so much. It reminds us that we are part of something larger than our own moment. Tonight, we see the Milky Way as it is now. Future generations will see it differently, not because the universe has suddenly changed, but because they will have waited long enough to notice. And perhaps that is one of the most beautiful things about deep time. Change does not always arrive dramatically. Sometimes it happens so slowly that only patience can reveal it. A mountain rises, a continent moves, a star ages, a galaxy changes shape, and somewhere a civilization continues watching. The universe does not rush. Perhaps humanity will eventually learn not to rush either. If we survive for millions or billions of years, there will be no reason to measure everything by the pace of one human lifetime. Some things will happen slowly. Some questions may take generations to answer. Some journeys may take longer than a person can live, and that may be perfectly acceptable. A civilization that thinks in deep time would have to become patient. It would have to understand that some of the most important changes cannot be seen immediately. Perhaps that patience would become part of our survival. Not every problem needs an instant solution. Not every journey needs to be completed in one lifetime. Not every discovery needs to happen today. The stars themselves teach us this. They take millions of years to form. They shine for billions. They change slowly. And when their lives end, the material they leave behind can become part of something new. New stars, new planets, new worlds, new possibilities. The universe is constantly recycling its own history. Perhaps humanity could do something similar. Our civilizations could change, and what they leave behind could become the foundation for civilizations that come later. Knowledge, stories, technology, memory, even our mistakes. Everything could become part of the next chapter. And perhaps, far into the future, someone will look back at us the way we look back at ancient civilizations. They may know that we existed. They may know that we were here, on a small planet, around a young star, inside a galaxy that was still separate from Andromeda. They may look at old records of our sky and realize how different their universe has become. And perhaps they will feel something when they see it. Not superiority, not nostalgia, just recognition. Because they will understand that their civilization, however distant, began with the same question: what is out there? The fire beside us is still glowing. The stars above us are still shining. The Milky Way still stretches across the darkness. And tonight, we are looking at a galaxy that feels eternal. But it is not. It is changing, very slowly, almost imperceptibly, but constantly. And perhaps that is the lesson of this enormous journey. Survival does not mean finding a place where nothing changes. There is no such place. Survival means learning how to continue while everything around you changes. The Earth changes. The sun changes. The stars change. The galaxy changes. And if humanity is still here, we will change too. Perhaps one day, we will look back at this night, and Earth will be nothing more than an ancient memory. Perhaps the sun will be an old star in a history book. Perhaps the Milky Way will have become part of something much larger. And still, someone may be watching the stars. Still, someone may be wondering. Still, someone may be listening to the silence. The galaxy will continue its slow transformation, and our journey, for now, continues with it. The galaxy is still changing, but now, let's move much farther into the future, far beyond the time of our own sun, far beyond the first civilizations that spread between the stars, far beyond the familiar shape of the Milky Way. Imagine the universe growing older, very slowly. At first, the change would be almost impossible to notice. Stars would continue shining. Planets would continue orbiting. Civilizations could still exist. New worlds could still be discovered. But something would be happening in the background. The universe would be gradually using up some of the easiest places and easiest ways to create new stars. The great clouds of gas that give birth to stars would become less abundant. Star formation would slowly decline. The galaxy would become quieter, not suddenly, not dramatically, just older. And in that ancient universe, the stars would begin to take on a different meaning. Today, we look at the night sky and see enormous variety. Bright stars, dim stars, young stars, old stars, blue stars, yellow stars, red stars. But the future universe would gradually become dominated by the stars that are best at conserving their fuel. Small stars, cool stars, stars that burn very slowly. Among them, the red dwarfs. They are much smaller and cooler than our sun, but they can live for extraordinarily long periods. Some may shine for trillions of years. Trillions. A number so large that the entire history of the universe so far would be only a tiny fraction of it. Imagine living on a planet orbiting one of these small stars. The sky would be different. The light would be softer, perhaps reddish. The star would not resemble the bright yellow sun that has illuminated Earth for billions of years. And yet, it would still be a star, still providing energy, still allowing a world to exist around it. Perhaps future civilizations would learn to appreciate these small stars, because in a universe growing older, long-lived stars would become precious. They would be among the last great sources of light. A civilization living in that era would have an entirely different relationship with time. For us, 1,000 years feels enormous. For them, 1,000 years might feel almost ordinary. 1,000,000 years could be a long historical period, but still manageable. 1,000,000,000 years, perhaps simply another chapter. And 1,000,000,000,000 years might become part of the expected lifetime of civilization. Imagine a society planning projects that take millions of years. Imagine structures designed to survive for longer than our species has existed. Imagine knowledge stored not for centuries, but for geological periods. The idea of maintenance itself would change. Everything would have to be built for the long term. Energy would become increasingly important. Not because the universe would suddenly run out of energy, but because usable sources of energy would become harder to find. A civilization could no longer assume that bright stars were everywhere. The easy abundance of stellar energy would gradually become a thing of the past. So, perhaps future beings would become extraordinarily efficient. They would collect energy carefully, store it, recycle it, use it only when necessary. Maybe entire civilizations would operate around a single long-lived star. Perhaps enormous structures would surround it, capturing as much of its light as possible. Perhaps worlds would be designed to use every available source of warmth. Perhaps computation, travel, and even thought would be scheduled around energy availability. A civilization that survives for trillions of years may have to become very different from ours. Today, we live in a world of abundance. Energy flows constantly from the sun. Plants capture sunlight. Oceans move. Weather moves. The earth is full of energy. We rarely think about where every unit of energy comes from. But in the deep future, energy could become something a civilization thinks about constantly. Every source matters. Every star matters. Every remaining reservoir of usable energy matters. And perhaps that would make the universe feel strangely precious. A single star, shining quietly in the darkness, could become the center of an entire civilization. A small, red star, surrounded by worlds, providing enough energy for life to continue for an almost unimaginable length of time. And perhaps the universe would still not be dead. That is important. When we imagine the distant future, it is tempting to imagine absolute darkness. But the universe does not simply switch off. The transition is gradual. There would still be stars, still planets, still remnants of older stars, still matter, still energy, still events taking place, the cosmos would simply become increasingly quiet. And, perhaps, that quietness would make every remaining source of light feel more significant. Imagine the night sky in that era. There are fewer stars than we see today. Perhaps only a handful are visible from a particular world. The galaxy is darker. The distances between meaningful sources of energy are enormous. And yet, one star remains above the horizon. Small, red, ancient, still burning. A civilization has lived around it for millions, perhaps billions, perhaps trillions of years. Generation after generation has watched the same star. Perhaps they have built their entire history around it. They know its cycles. They know its planets. They know the changes that occur over immense periods. The star has become more than an energy source. It has become a companion, a constant presence in a universe that is slowly changing. There is something deeply human about that idea. We already do this with our own sun. We wake beneath it. We build calendars around it. We grow food because of it. We tell stories about it. We measure time by its movement. We have spent our entire existence beneath its light. Perhaps future civilizations will feel the same way about their own ancient stars. And perhaps, one day, they will look at the universe and realize something extraordinary. They are living in an era that no human being from Earth could ever have imagined. The universe is old. The great age of brilliant stars is fading. The familiar night sky has disappeared, and yet life continues. Intelligence continues. Memory continues. The story continues. This is where the meaning of survival becomes especially interesting. If humanity could somehow reach this era, survival would no longer mean simply avoiding extinction. It would mean adapting to an aging cosmos. The environment itself would be changing. The available energy would be changing. The structure of the universe would be changing. And a civilization that wanted to continue would need to change with it. Perhaps the greatest advantage would be patience. A civilization capable of waiting could make use of resources that would seem impossibly distant to us. It might spend thousands of years preparing for a single event, millions of years preserving a single habitat, billions of years waiting for favorable conditions. We often think of intelligence as the ability to act quickly. But perhaps deep-time intelligence would be something different. The ability to wait, to conserve, to plan beyond the lifetime of individuals, to think in eras rather than days. That would be an entirely different kind of civilization. And perhaps it would become almost impossible for us to recognize. Imagine meeting beings who have lived around the same star for 1 trillion years. Their history would contain more time than all of human civilization today, multiplied beyond comprehension. Their languages could have changed countless times. Their societies could have transformed completely. Their technology could have passed through unimaginable stages. They might no longer resemble biological humans at all. And yet, they might still remember Earth, perhaps only as an ancient origin story, a world around a star that existed long before their own civilization, a planet where a small species first looked into the night sky and wondered whether it could survive. That memory could become sacred, not because Earth remained important for practical reasons, but because it represented the beginning, the first light, the first question, the first step. And perhaps that is why memory becomes so important in the deep future. When the universe becomes older, the past becomes enormous. The present is only a small point. The history of civilization stretches backward for unimaginably long periods. A future civilization might look back at our era and see it as we see ancient prehistory, almost impossibly distant, and yet, perhaps, they would still find traces of us. Our signals, our machines, our records, our descendants, our ideas, maybe even our names. A few fragile pieces of information, carried across immense periods of time, and perhaps someone would still be able to understand them. Someone would still know that once, on a small planet, there were beings who watched the stars. There were beings who were curious. There were beings who were afraid. There were beings who loved. There were beings who wondered how long their story might last. The universe would have changed almost beyond recognition, but the question would remain: how long can intelligence continue? How long can life adapt? How long can a civilization keep going? Maybe the answer is much longer than we instinctively imagine. Perhaps humanity's biological form will not survive forever. Perhaps our descendants will change. Perhaps intelligence will change. Perhaps civilization will become something entirely different. But if some form of continuity remains, then the story could continue through the age of the last stars. The universe would grow older. The stars would become fewer. The darkness would become deeper. But somewhere, a small red star would still be shining. And around it, someone could still be awake. Someone could still be thinking. Someone could still be listening to the silence. Perhaps they would look at that ancient star and feel the same quiet gratitude that we feel when we look at the sun, not because it will shine forever, but because, for now, it still shines, and perhaps that is enough. The universe does not need to remain young for life to continue. It only needs a little energy, a little matter, a little time, and the future may contain far more of those things than we usually imagine. The cosmos will not remain as it is tonight. It will grow older, colder, darker, quieter. But for an extraordinarily long time, it may still contain islands of light, small worlds, ancient stars, and perhaps life. The fire beside us has grown quieter. The night outside feels deeper. And, for a moment, let's imagine that the stars above us are not the beginning of the story, but only one of its early chapters. Because far ahead, when most of the stars we know are gone, there may still be light. A few ancient stars, burning patiently, waiting in the darkness, And perhaps, somewhere around one of them, a civilization is still awake, still wondering, still remembering, still asking the same question. How much longer can the story continue? No one knows. But the universe, at least for now, still has time. The last stars are still shining, but even they are not eternal. So let us continue, slowly, into a future even more distant, a future where the universe has become quieter than anything we can easily imagine. There would still be stars, there would still be planets, there would still be remnants of ancient worlds, but the brilliant night sky we know today would be almost unrecognizable. The great era of star formation would be long behind us. Most of the stars that could easily be born would already have been born. Most of the stars that could easily shine would already have lived their lives, and the universe would gradually become dominated by what remains: white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes, cold planets, dark remnants of ancient stars, and a small number of extremely long-lived stars, still glowing quietly in the darkness. It would be a universe of remnants, a universe carrying the memory of everything that came before. And perhaps that is when the meaning of time becomes even stranger. Today, we think of the universe as a place filled with activity. Stars explode, galaxies collide, planets form, new systems appear. There is motion everywhere. But the older the universe becomes, the less frequently dramatic events occur. The cosmos gradually settles. The enormous processes that once happened frequently become increasingly rare. Imagine waiting for something to happen and realizing that the universe itself has become patient. 1,000,000 years pass, nothing dramatic. Another 1,000,000, still nothing. Perhaps a distant star changes. Perhaps a black hole absorbs something. Perhaps a small object crosses an enormous region of darkness. But most of space remains quiet. For a civilization that somehow survived into this era, patience would no longer be a virtue. It would be a necessity. The universe would demand it. There would be no constant stream of new worlds waiting to be discovered. No crowded sky filled with bright young stars. No easy abundance of energy. Instead, there would be a handful of remaining opportunities, and civilizations would have to make them last. Perhaps this is where the concept of efficiency reaches its ultimate form. Nothing could be wasted. Every source of energy would matter. Every habitable world would matter. Every useful star, every remaining reservoir, every source of heat would become precious. A civilization might spend millions of years around one object, carefully extracting the energy available while waiting for the next opportunity. The idea of progress would change. Today, progress often means doing more, building more, traveling farther, consuming more energy, creating new things. But in the deep future, progress might mean using less, doing more with less, preserving what already exists, making systems that can operate for enormous periods without replacement. The most advanced civilization might not be the one that moves the fastest, but the one that wastes almost nothing. And, perhaps, that would make the distant future strangely peaceful, not because nothing matters, but because everything matters. A single source of energy, a single habitat, a single piece of knowledge, a single surviving ecosystem. Each would become precious. The universe would be teaching its oldest lesson. Nothing lasts forever, so take care of what you have. There is another possibility, one that has fascinated scientists and philosophers for a very long time. Black holes. In the far future, black holes could become among the most significant objects remaining in the universe. They are already some of the strangest things we know. Regions of space-time where gravity becomes so extreme that beyond a certain boundary, not even light can escape. Today, we usually think of black holes as cosmic monsters, but in the distant future, they may be something quieter. Ancient remnants, some created from the deaths of massive stars, others formed through enormous processes in the early universe, and perhaps, for unimaginably long periods, they would simply remain dark, silent, patient. But even black holes are not truly eternal. According to our current understanding, they can slowly lose energy through Hawking radiation. For small black holes, this process could eventually lead to evaporation. For enormous black holes, the time scales would be almost impossible to comprehend. Numbers so large that our usual understanding of time becomes almost meaningless. Imagine a black hole existing for longer than almost everything we can currently observe. Long after stars have disappeared, long after galaxies have changed beyond recognition, long after civilizations have risen and vanished, the black hole could still remain, a dark object, slowly losing its energy, waiting. And then, eventually, even that could disappear, not with a dramatic explosion like a star, but through an extraordinarily slow process, until there is no black hole left. Just energy, moving through an increasingly empty universe. It is difficult to imagine a universe that old. A universe where even black holes, some of the most enduring structures we know, have begun to disappear. And yet, if the laws of physics continue to operate in the way we currently understand them, that may be part of the story. Everything changes, even the things that seem permanent. The universe itself has no promise of permanence. And perhaps, neither does humanity. That may sound frightening, but perhaps we have been approaching this question from the wrong direction. Maybe survival was never supposed to mean existing forever. Maybe survival means participating in the universe for as long as possible and leaving something behind. A civilization may not survive forever, but its discoveries might. Its descendants might. Its influence might. The life it created might lead to something else. The knowledge it preserved might help another civilization survive. The questions it asked might inspire someone who comes later. In that sense, a life does not have to be infinite to matter. A civilization does not have to be eternal to be significant. The universe itself may be temporary in some larger sense, and yet we still find meaning in it. Perhaps humanity can be understood the same way. A brief pattern inside an enormous cosmos, a moment of awareness, a period when matter became capable of looking back at itself and asking what it was. That is already extraordinary. We do not need to live forever for that to be true. And perhaps this is the quiet lesson hidden inside the deepest future. Survival is not the same as permanence. The universe may eventually become colder, darker, quieter, but that does not erase everything that happened before. The stars still existed, the planets still formed, life still emerged, intelligence still appeared, civilizations still dreamed, and for a time, the universe knew itself through them. Perhaps that is enough. Imagine one final civilization, living around one of the last sources of energy. The sky above them is almost completely dark. There are very few stars. The universe has become ancient. They know the history of their cosmos. They know that the bright universe of the distant past is gone. They know that the future will contain even less light. And yet, they are still here. They still wake. They still speak. They still remember. They still look upward. Perhaps they gather in a quiet room, with artificial light glowing softly around them. Someone tells an old story, a story about Earth, a small blue planet, a world of oceans, a world where rain fell from clouds, a world where people once sat beside fires. Just as we are imagining now, the listeners have never seen it. Perhaps they never could, but they can imagine it. They can imagine the blue oceans, the forests, the mountains, the stars above an atmosphere filled with air. And perhaps they wonder what those ancient humans were like. Were they frightened? Were they hopeful? Did they understand what the future would become? Of course, they did not. No one ever does. That may be one of the most human things of all. We live inside the present, while imagining the future. We never know which of our choices will become history. We never know which ideas will survive. We never know which ordinary moments will eventually seem important. Tonight, we are doing something very small, sitting quietly, listening, imagining, and yet, perhaps thousands of years from now, this kind of moment will still exist. Maybe the setting will be different. Maybe the sky will be different. Maybe the beings experiencing it will be different. But the desire to pause, to wonder, to feel small beneath something enormous, may remain. Perhaps that is one of the oldest forms of companionship. The universe above us, and another mind beside us, sharing the same silence. The fire is nearly gone now. There is only a soft glow. The stars remain distant, and the future, far beyond anything we can see, continues unfolding. Maybe humanity survives for centuries. Maybe millions of years, maybe billions, maybe much longer. There is no number we can confidently place at the end of the story. But perhaps we do not need one, because the question itself has already taken us somewhere, from Earth to the planets, to other stars, to the far future, to the final lights of the universe. And now, we can simply rest. The universe does not need an answer tonight. Neither do we. The stars can remain distant. The future can remain unknown. And, for a little while, we can let the silence be enough. The universe grows darker, but not yet. Not tonight. Tonight, there is still light. There is still the earth beneath us. There is still the fire. And there is still someone awake, looking into the darkness and wondering what comes next. The universe is quiet now, quieter than it has ever been in our journey. The stars are fewer. The distances between them are greater. The light that once filled the night has become rare, and yet, somewhere, there may still be someone watching, someone who survived, someone who remembers, someone who is still asking questions. Perhaps that is where our journey finally arrives, not at the end of the universe, but at the edge of what we can imagine. Because when we ask how long humanity could survive, we are really asking something much deeper. What would we become if we had enough time? Imagine giving humanity not another century, but another 1,000,000 years. What would happen? Our languages would change. Our cultures would change. Our technologies would change. The way we understand ourselves would change. Now, imagine another 1,000,000, and another. Eventually, the people of that distant future might have almost nothing in common with us, and yet, perhaps, they would still carry something forward. A memory, a story, a question. Maybe the memory of Earth. Maybe the story of the first humans who looked at the stars. Maybe the question, what is beyond? That question has already survived for thousands of years. It survived the disappearance of civilizations. It survived wars, famines, plagues, the rise and fall of empires. It survived every generation that carried it. And tonight, we carried it a little farther, from Earth to the moon, from the moon to the planets, from the planets to the stars, from the stars to the distant future, and finally to a universe growing darker at every stage. We found another boundary, and beyond every boundary, another question. Perhaps that is the real story of humanity. Not that we eventually reach every destination, but that we keep finding new horizons. When our ancestors crossed an ocean, the horizon moved. When we climbed a mountain, the horizon moved. When we left Earth, the horizon moved again. And perhaps, even if humanity eventually reaches other stars, the horizon will still move. There will always be something farther away, something we do not understand, something we cannot yet reach. And perhaps that is not a failure. Perhaps it is the reason the journey remains interesting. Imagine a future civilization that has explored thousands of star systems. They have crossed enormous distances. They have studied planets, stars, black holes, and distant galaxies. They understand far more about the universe than we do. And yet, perhaps there would still be questions they cannot answer. What exists beyond the observable universe? Why does the universe have the laws it has? Why does anything exist at all? What is consciousness? Does life exist elsewhere? Are there forms of intelligence fundamentally different from our own? And, perhaps, some questions will never have answers. That is difficult for a species like ours. We like conclusions. We like explanations. We like to close the book after reaching the final page. But the universe may not have a final page that we can see. Perhaps there is no final answer waiting for us. Only deeper questions. And strangely, that can be comforting, because it means the universe does not have to become familiar. It can remain mysterious. It can remain larger than us. We can continue discovering without ever exhausting the thing we are discovering. There is something beautiful about that. A child can look at the moon and wonder. An astronomer can study the moon for an entire lifetime and still find something new to understand. A civilization could explore the galaxy and still look beyond it. The scale changes. The feeling remains. Wonder does not require ignorance. It can exist alongside knowledge. In fact, perhaps knowledge makes wonder deeper. The more we understand, the more we realize how much remains. We know that stars are distant suns, and that makes them more extraordinary. We know that planets form from disks of material around young stars, and that makes the existence of worlds feel even more remarkable. We know that our atoms were forged through ancient cosmic processes, and that makes our connection to the universe more literal, not less. We are not separate from the cosmos. We are made from it. For a brief moment, the universe has produced beings capable of looking back at it. That alone is extraordinary. And perhaps humanity's survival is not only about how long our bodies remain alive. Perhaps it is also about how long that awareness continues. How long does the universe have someone or something capable of looking at it and wondering what it means? Maybe billions of years, maybe longer, maybe not. We cannot know. But we can choose what we do with the time we have. We can learn. We can explore. We can preserve. We can care for the world that gave us everything. And we can pass something forward. That may be enough. Because even if humanity does not survive forever, it can still have a long story. A meaningful story. A story that reaches farther than any individual life. And perhaps that is all survival has ever been. One generation followed by another. One question followed by another. One small light passed forward through the darkness. The fire beside us has almost disappeared. There is only a faint warmth now. The night is still, and if you listen carefully, perhaps you can imagine the universe beyond the walls around you, the earth turning quietly, the moon moving through its orbit, the planets traveling around the sun, the stars moving through the galaxies drifting through the expanding universe. Everything moving, everything changing. And yet, for this moment, we are still. Perhaps that is enough. We do not need to know whether humanity survives for 1,000 years, or 1,000,000, or 1 billion. We do not need to know what our descendants will become. We do not need to know whether they will reach other stars, or whether one day they will disappear. Those questions belong to the future. Tonight, we only need to remember something simpler. We are here. This planet is here. The stars are here. And the story is still being written. Perhaps somewhere in the distant future, someone will look back at our time and think of us as the beginning, not the end. The first generation to truly understand that Earth was only one world among many. The first generation to leave the atmosphere. The first generation to send machines toward other planets. The first generation to look at distant galaxies and realize how enormous the universe really is. We may be living near the beginning of a story without knowing it, and perhaps that is the most hopeful thought of all. Not that we know how the story ends, but that it has not ended yet. There is still time to learn, still time to explore, still time to protect, still time to change, still time to wonder. So, if you are still awake, you do not need to solve anything tonight. You can simply rest. Let the question remain somewhere in the distance. How long could humanity survive? Perhaps the answer is much longer than we imagine. Perhaps much shorter. But whatever the future holds, we are part of the story now. And for a little while, that is enough. The Earth continues turning beneath the darkness. The stars continue shining above it. The universe continues expanding, quietly, patiently, without asking us to understand everything. And perhaps, somewhere beyond all the distances we have imagined, there will always be another horizon, another question, another place to wonder about. For now, the fire is fading, the night is deep, and the stars are still there. You can close your eyes now, and let the universe continue without you for a while. You have nowhere else to go tonight, nothing else to solve. Just rest, and let the darkness become quiet around you. The universe is still here, Earth is still here, and tomorrow the journey can continue. For a moment, let us return to where we began. A small fire, a quiet night, a human being looking upward and wondering how long the story might continue. We have traveled farther than that person could ever have imagined. Beyond the atmosphere, beyond the moon, beyond the planets, beyond the familiar stars. We imagined civilizations separated by enormous distances, worlds beneath unfamiliar suns, and a universe slowly growing older. We watched the last stars begin to disappear and followed the darkness into a future almost impossible to picture. And yet, after all of that, perhaps the most important thing is surprisingly simple. We are still here, right now, on Earth, under the same sky that inspired every generation before us. The future may be unimaginably large, but we only ever experience one moment at a time. That is true for a human life. And perhaps, in some strange way, it is true for civilization too. We cannot live tomorrow, today. We cannot experience 1,000,000 years at once. We can only move forward, one moment, one generation, one question at a time. Perhaps that is why thinking about the distant future can be so peaceful. It reminds us that we do not have to understand everything tonight. The universe has existed for billions of years, and it will continue changing long after we are gone. We do not need to carry all of that time on our shoulders. We only need to live our small part of it. A civilization does not survive by solving the entire future at once. It survives through countless small decisions. A discovery, a lesson, a warning, a new idea, a person teaching another person something they have learned, a generation preserving something valuable so that another generation can build upon it. That is how the future arrives, quietly, almost invisibly. One moment becomes another, one generation becomes another, and eventually, the present becomes history. Perhaps our own time will become one of those ancient chapters. A distant future civilization may look back at the early 21st century and see a world that feels impossibly primitive. They may wonder how we lived, how we traveled, how we communicated, how we understood the universe. They may find our first spacecraft almost charming. They may look at photographs of Earth and be amazed that an entire civilization once lived on a single world. They may wonder why we were so afraid of leaving it, or perhaps they will understand perfectly, because even if humanity reaches the stars, Earth will still be the place where everything began. The first home, the first atmosphere, the first ocean, the first sunrise, the first night sky, the first place where a human being ever asked, "How long will we be here?" Maybe our descendants will never return. Maybe they will. Maybe Earth will remain inhabited for millions of years. Maybe one day it will become a protected historical world, visited by travelers who want to see the birthplace of humanity. Imagine approaching Earth from another star. At first, there would be nothing particularly unusual, just another star system. Then, a familiar blue world would appear. Clouds, oceans, continents, a thin atmosphere glowing softly around the planet. And someone aboard that distant spacecraft might say, "There it is." Not because it is the largest planet, not because it contains the most resources, but because it is home. Even after humanity has traveled between stars, that word may still mean something. Home. Perhaps home is not simply the place where we live. Perhaps it is the place where our story began. And if humanity survives long enough, we may eventually have many homes. Different worlds, different habitats, different stars. But somewhere behind all of them, there will always be the first one. Earth, a small world, around a small star, in one ordinary region of one enormous galaxy. And perhaps that is the most remarkable thing about our story. We began somewhere so small, and yet our imagination has already reached places far beyond it. We have imagined the edges of the universe. We have imagined the final stars. We have imagined civilizations lasting for billions of years. All of those possibilities begin with a species standing on one planet, looking upward. That is the strange power of curiosity. It allows the mind to travel long before the body can. Tonight, you have traveled too. not physically, but through imagination. And perhaps that is all we needed. The stars do not require us to reach them. They only need us to notice them. The universe does not require us to understand everything. It only offers us something enormous and allows us to wonder. Maybe humanity will survive for a very long time. Maybe it will not. There are no guarantees, but perhaps survival itself is not the only measure of a civilization. Perhaps the way we live while we are here matters just as much. How much we learn, how much we protect, how much we create, how much beauty we notice, how much knowledge we pass forward. How many people feel less alone because someone else was willing to share a thought, a story, a discovery, a moment of wonder? Those things may never appear in the history books, but they matter. A civilization is not only its greatest monuments, it is also made of quiet moments. A parent explaining the stars to a child, two people standing outside beneath the night sky, someone opening a book about astronomy before going to sleep, someone listening to the sound of a fire while imagining distant galaxies. Small moments, repeated across generations, become part of the story too. Perhaps, in the end, that is what survival looks like. Not one enormous achievement, but millions of small continuations. One person helping another. One idea surviving. One question being passed forward. One generation leaving something behind for the next. And maybe that is enough to make the future worth imagining. So let us return once more to the night sky. The stars above us are ancient. Their light has traveled enormous distances, sometimes for thousands of years, before reaching our eyes. When you look upward, you are seeing the universe as it once was. And perhaps, somewhere among those distant points of light, there is a star whose future is just beginning. A planet that has not yet developed life. A world that has not yet asked its first question. A place where, billions of years from now, someone might look upward and wonder if they are alone. We cannot know, but the possibility is enough, because the universe is still changing. New worlds are still forming. New stars are still shining. And the story is not finished, not even close. Maybe humanity will one day become part of that larger story. Maybe we will carry life beyond Earth. Maybe we will build new homes beneath unfamiliar skies. Maybe we will become something our ancestors would not recognize. Or perhaps we will remain here. Perhaps our entire story will happen on this one world. Even then, it will not have been meaningless, because meaning does not require infinite duration. A song does not need to last forever to be beautiful. A sunset does not need to remain in the sky forever to matter. A human life does not need to be eternal to be important. Perhaps civilization is the same. We are temporary, but we are here. And for now, that is enough. The fire is almost gone. The room is quiet. The earth continues turning beneath us. Somewhere far above, the moon is moving through the darkness. The planets continue their long journeys around the sun. The stars continue shining. some of them long after the people who first saw them have disappeared. And somewhere, perhaps, the future is already waiting. Not as a destination we have to reach tonight, just as another horizon, another unknown, another question, so you can let that question remain unanswered. How long could humanity survive? Maybe the universe will decide. Maybe our choices will decide. Maybe both. We do not know, and we do not need to know tonight. For now, there is only this moment, this quiet room, this distant sky, this small planet beneath us, and the comforting thought that, whatever happens in the far future, the story is still being written, one day at a time, one generation at a time, one quiet night at a time. The stars will continue their journeys. The universe will continue expanding, and humanity, for as long as it remains here, will continue looking upward. Perhaps that is the most beautiful ending we could ask for. Not knowing exactly where the journey ends, but knowing there is still somewhere to go. So rest now. Let the future remain far away. You do not need to follow it tonight. You have already traveled far enough. The fire is fading. The stars are quiet. And Earth, our small blue home, is still turning gently beneath the night. Good night. And wherever humanity's journey eventually leads, may there always be someone, somewhere, looking up and wondering what comes next. The journey is almost over, but before we let the night become completely quiet, let us return one last time to the beginning, to Earth, to the small world beneath our feet, the world that has carried humanity through every chapter we have imagined. For all the distances we traveled tonight, we never truly left it. Not completely, because wherever humanity eventually goes, Earth will remain part of the story. Every future civilization, every distant settlement, every world beneath another star will carry something that began here. The first humans who looked upward, the first stories about the stars, the first attempts to understand the heavens, the first dreams of traveling beyond the horizon. All of it began beneath this sky. And perhaps that is why Earth feels different when we imagine the distant future. Not because it is the largest world, not because it is the most important planet in the universe, but because it is ours. For billions of years, the universe existed without humanity. Stars formed, galaxies evolved, planets appeared. Worlds froze, worlds burned, and nothing knew that any of it was happening. Then, somewhere on one small planet, life became capable of looking upward, and eventually it became capable of asking questions. That moment changed nothing about the universe itself. The stars continued shining exactly as before. The galaxies continued moving. The planets continued orbiting. But for the beings standing beneath that sky, everything changed. The universe had become something they could wonder about. And, perhaps, that is one of the most beautiful things about being alive. We do not simply exist inside the universe. We can notice that we exist inside it. We can look at the night sky and understand that the light reaching our eyes may have traveled for thousands, millions, or even billions of years. We can understand that the atoms in our bodies were forged in ancient cosmic events. We can understand that Earth is one planet, around one star, inside one galaxy, among an almost unimaginable number of others. And somehow, despite all of that, we are still here, listening, thinking, wondering. Perhaps that is enough reason to be grateful. Not because we know how long the story will last, but because we are fortunate enough to be here for this part of it. The future may be enormous, but our moment is real. Tonight is real. This quiet room is real. The sound of the fire is real. The earth beneath us is real, and the stars above us, even though they are unimaginably distant, are real too. So perhaps, instead of asking only how long humanity can survive, we can ask another question. What will we do with the time we have? Will we keep looking outward? Will we keep learning? Will we keep protecting the place where we began? Will we continue asking questions that have no easy answers? Will we continue passing knowledge from one generation to another? We cannot know, but the possibility remains open. And perhaps that is enough. The future does not need to be certain to be meaningful. It only needs to remain possible, somewhere. There is another morning waiting, another generation, another discovery, another person looking at the stars for the first time. Maybe that person will be born on Earth, maybe on Mars, maybe around another star, maybe in a place we cannot yet imagine. But when they look upward, they may feel something familiar. That same quiet curiosity, that same feeling of being small, without necessarily feeling insignificant. Because being small in a vast universe does not mean being meaningless. A single human life is tiny compared with cosmic time, and yet a single life can contain love, memory, friendship, wonder, loss, hope. A lifetime does not have to be enormous to matter. Perhaps humanity does not need to last forever either. Perhaps the value of the story is not measured only by its length. A civilization that survives for 10,000 years may still be remarkable. One that survives for 1,000,000 years would be extraordinary. One that reaches the stars would be almost unimaginable to us. But even then, there would still be another horizon, another mystery, another unknown. And that is probably how it should be. Because if one day humanity understood absolutely everything, there would be nothing left to wonder about. No distant light, no unanswered question, no horizon beyond the horizon. Perhaps the mystery is part of the gift. The universe remains larger than us, and that gives us room to dream. So tonight, we can leave some things unanswered. We do not need to know what lies beyond every galaxy. We do not need to know what humanity becomes in 1,000,000,000 years. We do not need to know whether the last star will one day disappear. We can simply let those questions remain, somewhere far away, waiting patiently. The fire is quieter now. The warmth is gentle, The room is still, and perhaps you can imagine that the entire universe has slowed down with you. The Earth turning slowly beneath the darkness, the moon drifting across the sky, the planets following their ancient paths, the sun resting beyond the horizon, the stars shining from distances that the mind can barely comprehend. Everything continuing, without urgency, nothing asking you to hurry, nothing asking you to solve the future tonight. You can simply rest, because whatever happens to humanity, thousands, millions, or billions of years from now, you are here now, and this moment does not need to become anything else. It can simply be a quiet moment beneath the stars, a small pause inside a very large universe. Perhaps that is what these journeys have really been about. Not escaping Earth, not reaching the edge of the universe, not finding the final answer, but simply allowing ourselves to pause and remember how enormous everything is. Sometimes our own worries can feel like the entire universe. A difficult day, a difficult decision, something we cannot stop thinking about. And then we look upward and remember, there are galaxies, there are stars, there are worlds, there is time, there is space, and suddenly the mind has somewhere else to wander. Perhaps that is why people have always looked at the night sky, not only to understand it, but to find perspective. The stars do not solve our problems, but they remind us that our problems are not the whole universe. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. So let the future remain where it belongs. Far ahead, let the past rest behind us, and let this moment simply be this moment. The fire is almost gone. The last warmth remains. The sky above is dark, and somewhere beyond, what we can see, the universe continues. Stars are being born. Stars are dying. Planets are turning. Galaxies are moving. Light is crossing enormous distances. And humanity, for now, is still here. Still wondering. Still dreaming. Still looking upward. Perhaps we will survive for a very long time. Perhaps we will not. But tonight, the question does not need an answer, because the journey itself was enough. We traveled farther than any human being can physically travel in a lifetime. We imagined futures separated from us by billions of years. We watched the stars grow old. We watched the universe become quiet. And then we came home, back to Earth, back to this small world, back to the warmth of the fire, back to the present. And perhaps that is where every journey should eventually lead, home. So close your eyes now, if they are not already closed. Let the last image of the night be simple: a dark sky, a few distant stars, a quiet fire, and beneath all of it, the Earth, still turning, still carrying us, still giving us another night, another morning, another chance to wonder. You do not need to know what comes next. No one does. The future can wait. The stars can wait. The universe can wait. For now, you can rest. And perhaps tomorrow, when you wake, the sky will still be there, the same vast universe, quietly waiting above you. And somewhere, far beyond the horizon, there will always be another question, another journey, another unknown. But tonight, there is nothing left to chase. Only silence, only warmth, only the quiet feeling of being here, beneath the stars. Good night, and may the universe remain a peaceful place to visit, whenever you need somewhere quiet to go. The night is almost completely still now, and perhaps, after everything we have imagined, there is one final place we should return to. Not the distant future, not another star, not the edge of the universe. Here, Earth, this small world, still turning quietly beneath the night. We have traveled billions of years into the future, and yet, the beginning of the story remains here. A planet covered in oceans, a thin atmosphere surrounding it, clouds moving slowly across continents, the moon following its familiar path, and somewhere on this world, a person looking upward. Perhaps that person is you. Perhaps someone else is sleeping nearby. Perhaps the room is completely dark, and beyond the window, the universe continues. It is strange to think that the same sky has watched every generation before us. The stars above Earth have seen civilizations rise, languages change, cities appear and disappear. They watched humanity discover fire. They watched us cross oceans. They watched us build machines. They watched us leave the planet. And now, they are watching us wonder about the future. The stars do not know our names. They do not know how long we have been here. They do not know whether we will survive. They simply shine. And perhaps that is why they feel so peaceful. They ask nothing from us. They do not demand that we understand them. They simply exist, far away, giving us something to look toward. Maybe that is all we need tonight. A place for the mind to rest. A horizon without walls. A question without an answer. Something larger than ourselves, waiting patiently in the darkness. We began by asking how long humanity could survive. But after traveling through the distant future, perhaps the question feels different now. Maybe survival is not a single line stretching endlessly forward. Maybe it is a series of moments. A generation survives, then another. A world survives, then another. A civilization changes, and something new grows from it. A star disappears, and its material becomes part of another world. Nothing remains exactly the same, and yet something continues. That may be the closest thing the universe offers to permanence. Not stillness, continuation, change, without complete disappearance. And perhaps humanity will eventually become part of that pattern. Maybe our descendants will travel between stars. Maybe they will build homes around distant suns. Maybe they will live for enormous periods of time. Maybe they will become something we would no longer recognize as human. Or maybe the story will remain much smaller. Maybe humanity will stay on Earth. Maybe this world will remain our only home. Even then, the story would still be extraordinary. Because we are here, we exist, we can wonder. We can understand something about the universe that surrounds us, and we can pass that understanding forward. Perhaps that is already a remarkable achievement. The universe existed for billions of years before anyone could ask what it was. Now, someone can. Someone can look at a galaxy and understand that it contains billions of stars. Someone can look at the night sky and understand that the light arriving at their eyes began its journey long before they were born. Someone can look at the moon and know that humans once stood there. Someone can look at Earth and realize that every person they have ever loved, every civilization they have ever studied, every story they have ever heard, began on this same small world. That realization can make Earth feel incredibly fragile. But perhaps it can also make it feel incredibly precious. We do not know how long humanity will survive, but we know where we are now. We know that this planet supports us. We know that the conditions allowing human civilization to exist are not guaranteed everywhere, and perhaps that knowledge gives us a responsibility, not necessarily to control the future. That would be impossible, but to care for the present, to leave the next generation something worth inheriting, a functioning world, knowledge, curiosity, the ability to ask questions, the freedom to explore, and perhaps a little more wisdom than we had before. That may be the most practical form of long-term survival. Not worrying constantly about the end, but making the next chapter possible. Then another, then another. One generation at a time. One quiet decision at a time. And perhaps that is how the universe's longest stories are written. Not through one extraordinary moment, but through countless ordinary ones. A person teaching a child, a scientist recording a discovery, an engineer building something that did not exist before, someone preserving a book, someone looking at the stars, someone simply asking, what if? That question, what if, has carried humanity farther than we often realize. What if we could fly? What if we could cross the ocean? What if the Earth moves around the sun? What if there are other worlds? What if we could leave Earth? What if we could reach another star? Every question opens a door. Not every door leads somewhere. Some lead to failure. Some lead to unexpected discoveries. Some lead to entirely new questions. But the willingness to ask is what keeps the journey moving. Perhaps, far in the future, someone will ask another question we cannot yet imagine. And perhaps that question will become the beginning of another era, another horizon, another journey. The universe may never run out of them, and maybe neither will we. The fire is almost completely gone now. Only a faint glow remains. The room is quiet. Your thoughts may be slowing. The future no longer needs to be imagined in detail. It can simply exist, somewhere far away. You do not need to follow it. You can leave it there, waiting. For tonight, you have already traveled far enough. Beyond the planets, beyond the stars, beyond the galaxies, into the final ages of the universe. And now you are back home, back beneath the familiar sky, back on the small planet that began the journey. Earth is still turning. The oceans are still moving. The atmosphere is still carrying clouds across the continents. The moon is still crossing the night. The stars are still shining. And somewhere, a new day is beginning. Maybe that is the most beautiful thing about the future. No matter how far we imagine going, there is always another morning, another opportunity, another generation, another chance to continue. We may never know how long humanity can survive, but perhaps we do not need to. The future is not asking us for an answer. It is simply waiting to be lived. And right now, we are living it. This moment, this night, this quiet pause is part of the story too. So, let the universe remain enormous. Let the future remain mysterious. Let the unanswered questions remain unanswered. You can simply rest beneath them. The stars will still be there. The universe will continue its enormous journey. And tomorrow, humanity will continue its much smaller one. One step, one thought, one generation, one horizon at a time. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps it has always been enough. The fire is fading. The night is peaceful. And Earth, our small blue home, is still here, still turning, still carrying us through the darkness, still giving us another night beneath the stars. So, close your eyes and let the journey end where it began, here at home, beneath the universe. Good night. There is something peaceful about knowing that the story does not have to end tonight. The universe is still moving. The stars are still shining. And somewhere, the future is still waiting. We have spent so much time imagining how humanity might survive that perhaps it is worth asking what we would leave behind. Not buildings, not machines, not even worlds, but ideas, questions, memories, the things that made us look beyond ourselves. Because every civilization leaves something behind. Sometimes it is obvious. A monument, a spacecraft, a photograph, a message sent into the darkness. Sometimes it is almost invisible. A piece of knowledge passed from one person to another, a story told to a child, a question written in a book, an idea that survives long after the person who first imagined it is gone. Perhaps those are the most important things we leave behind. Ideas can travel through time. Without needing a body, a thought created thousands of years ago can still exist in someone's mind tonight. A question asked by an ancient observer can still be asked by an astronomer today. And perhaps our own questions will do the same. Someone in the distant future may look at the stars and ask how long humanity could survive. They may know the answer, or they may not, but perhaps they will understand why we asked. Because uncertainty has always been part of being human. We never know exactly what comes next. And yet, we continue. That may be the quiet courage behind civilization. Not certainty, continuation, despite uncertainty. We build without knowing whether our buildings will last. We teach without knowing who will remember. We explore without knowing what we will find. We love without knowing how long we will have. And still we continue. Maybe humanity's greatest achievement will not be reaching another galaxy. Maybe it will simply be learning how to continue thoughtfully, to survive without becoming careless, to explore without forgetting home, to gain power without losing wisdom, to look into the future without forgetting the present. Those things sound small compared with galaxies, but perhaps they are not. A galaxy does not decide what it becomes. A star does not choose its future. A planet does not wonder whether it is doing enough. We do. That responsibility is part of what makes humanity unusual. We can imagine futures that do not exist, and then try to build toward them. We can imagine disasters and try to prevent them. We can imagine distant worlds and build machines to reach them. We can imagine the end of humanity and then ask how to avoid it. The ability to imagine an ending may be one of the reasons we can sometimes change the story. Perhaps that is why the future should not only be feared, it should be considered quietly, patiently, without panic, because there is no need to solve billions of years tonight. The future will arrive one moment at a time, just as it always has. Tomorrow will become another day. Another year will follow. Another generation will arrive. And eventually, the present will become the distant past. The people living then may look back at us and wonder what it felt like to be here. Perhaps they will see our world as ancient. Perhaps they will know things we cannot imagine. Perhaps they will live among the stars. Or perhaps they will still be here, on Earth, looking at the same moon, watching the same sun rise. Either way, they will have inherited something from us. Not necessarily a perfect world, not necessarily perfect knowledge, but a starting point. And that is all any generation can really give the next. A starting point. The next generation decides where to go from there. Perhaps that is enough responsibility for one lifetime, to leave the starting point a little better, a little wiser, a little more prepared. Then let someone else continue. The fire beside us is almost gone. The darkness feels softer now. And perhaps you can let your thoughts become quiet too. You do not need to imagine the final star. You do not need to travel to the end of time. You can simply stay here, for a moment, on Earth, under the stars, at the beginning of the story, because perhaps that is where the most important part always happens. Not at the end, at the beginning. The first question, the first dream, the first attempt, the first step. Everything that comes later grows from those moments. And perhaps humanity is still in its beginning. Perhaps our entire history so far is only the opening chapter. We cannot know, but the possibility is beautiful. A young civilization on a young planet, around a young star, inside an ancient universe. looking outward and wondering what comes next. Maybe we will find out, maybe we will not. But the question itself has already carried us farther than we once thought possible. And perhaps it will continue carrying whoever comes after us. So when you eventually wake and the night has become morning, remember that the universe will still be there. The stars will still be moving. The planets will still be traveling. The galaxies will still be drifting through the darkness. And humanity, whatever its future becomes, will still be part of that enormous story. For now, you do not have to think about any of it. Let the future wait. Let the stars remain distant. Let the darkness become quiet. The journey has taken us very far. And now, it is time to rest. There is no final answer tonight. Only another horizon, another question, another possibility, and somewhere beyond everything we can imagine, another chapter waiting to be written. Good night, and may the next generation, wherever it may one day live, always remember to look up